Good morning, Enrique.
Good morning, Bob. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Kevin.
Okay. Morning, Bob.
Hey there. How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
Fantastic. Here in Nevada, having a great old time.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
What's the weather like over there in Nevada?
Well, in 2 days, it's going to drop about 20 degrees. So we kind of go from summer to winter in like a week and a half.
Did you relocate over there?
Oh yeah. Yeah, me
Oh.
and the wife moved a year and a half ago, and
Wow.
I guess one of the only good things to come from COVID is everything is remote now. So yeah, not too many people have noticed.
Yeah. True.
Right on.
It's a lot more efficient too, if you think about it.
Oh, yeah, much.
And Zoom's gotten to a point where it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Our bandwidth is acceptable.
Yeah, in the early days, we had all those different versions, blue jeans and everything else, and a lot of it didn't work out so good. But now, heck, it's wonderful.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good now. Thanks. Well, thank you for joining us, Bob. Here we are again on another. I mean, it feels like we just finished the last one.
You did.
Yeah. Hey, Mitchell. Good morning.
Good morning, all.
Ooh, whoa.
You okay?
Virus.
Have a good day.
Thank you. You
See you
too.
later. I have a meeting later and then I'll call you when I finish. Maybe.
Oh
I can
yeah,
come.
at Worst Cush.
Yeah, exactly. You
Okay.
know where to find me. All
Yeah.
the real estate homies.
Hey, Sven, your
want
mic's
to,
on.
Didn't you want to do like an event? I don't know. If it's-
Yeah, but I think I'm gonna not.
Okay.
I wanna swim if I feel up to it.
Arena
Vito,
Vito, sounds like
have
someone's
to-
not
Maybe
muted.
you
We
want
can
me to
hear your
come over
conversation.
to your
Yeah.
meeting,
We're gonna.
since you'll be in town, and then we can set.
Good morning, everyone. We'll get started in just a moment. Thank you.
Hey, James. I don't know if anyone can hear me.
Hey, yeah, I'm here. Good morning. And Bryce too,
Okay.
man.
Life is pretty good. I just wanted to jump in and say thank you to HCD for what they put in their current draft code right at the beginning, and I will attempt to refrain from snarky comments.
I don't think you can.
I was going to ask you simultaneously to refrain from making any comments about how the code was written. While California being a huge leader, the code doesn't follow the ICCT or whatever the nationwide code is. We're going to do our best, regulators who are listening. Please put a smile on your face. Thank you for the good work you guys have done.
Okay, were you live now?
Yeah, we've been live.
Hey, good morning, Sven. Okay,
Camera.
the camera. You see?
So do you see this?
Good morning, everyone. Can everybody see the workshop notice agenda?
Yes.
Okay,
Can you turn your camera on? I just.
Right there. Is that good? Can you see me?
I can't, they might be able to.
Can you folks see me on the screen?
There it is.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
Okay, let's get the meeting started. Good morning, everyone. It is 9:06, and we're gonna get the meeting started. Good morning, Calgary Workshop participants. For the record, my name is Enrique M. Rodriguez, Associate Construction Analyst for the California Building Standards Commission. And with me today, hopefully virtually on the line will be Eric Drever from DSA, Kyle Cross from HCD, and additional state agency representatives that we'll introduce in a few minutes. Additionally, we will have representatives from the California Air Resources Board and the California Energy Commission. Thank you for giving the Building Standards Commission, DSA, and HCD the opportunity to conduct the first Calgary Electric Vehicle Work Group kickoff meeting as part of the 2024 Triennial Code Adoption Cycle. Before we get started, I would like to go through some housekeeping items and a high-level overview of the notice agenda. For the record, today is October 19th, 2023, and today's meeting is scheduled from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. with some breaks in between. Notice is hereby given that the California Building Standards Commission, the Division of the State Architect, and the Department of Housing and Community Development staff have convened a Calgary Electric Vehicle Workshop meeting comprised of interested parties and state agencies to provide input and feedback for future EV regulations in Calgary. The proposed regulatory updates may be considered for inclusion in the 2025 California Green Building Standards Code, Part 11, during the 2024 Triennial Code Adoption Cycle. The public is invited to participate and provide input and comments. Today's meeting is available via Zoom and teleconference as noticed in the workshop notice and agenda. This meeting is also being live streamed on CBSC's YouTube channel. Please be aware that live stream has an approximately 45-second delay, and there is no method for offering verbal or written public comment. Closed captioning is available via Zoom's automated live transcriptions. To view closed captions in Zoom, click on the CC Live Transcript button. Closed captioning will automatically appear if you are watching via YouTube. The meeting materials may be viewed on CBSC's website as listed in the agenda notice. Now, Ms. Barbara will read the Zoom and telephone instructions.
Good morning. So our instructions are to avoid feedback or other technical issues. Please join the meeting through one device only. And if you wish to make a comment on a specific agenda item, please listen for CBSC staff to ask for any comments from the public. At that time, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom. You'll be recognized by the meeting's facilitator, which is Enrique today. In the order your hand was raised. At that time, please unmute yourself. When you're done, please make sure that you mute yourself again and lower your hand. And ensure you have a working microphone attached to your device prior to raising your hand to make a comment. And once we get through the raised hands, we'll go to public comment on the phone. And at that point, if you have a comment, please unmute yourself, make your comment, and then remute yourself. At that point, we'll continue through the queue. When there's no comments remaining, we'll proceed to the next agenda item. And just a side note for the folks on the phone, if you are unmuted and speaking and I have to mute you, you will likely not be able to unmute yourself again. So please make sure that you mute yourself and unmute yourself appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara, for that. Are there any questions regarding the instructions that were just provided by Barbara? None? Okay, well, hearing none, I'd like to go onto our agenda item, which is our agenda item 1A. So agenda item 1A, purpose and goals. The goal of the CEVW work group is to garner participation from all interested parties and affected stakeholders in the rulemaking process, to inform participants of the roles and responsibilities of the agencies, stakeholders, and the public, and to provide informed, balanced input on CalGreen proposals. This CalGreen electric vehicle workshop charter provides information on the objectives and expectations of the work group participants in the development of the electric vehicle proposals for the 2024 triennial code adoption cycle. I'm going to share, before I move on to the charter, I would like to share our timeline in case, let's see. So here's, can everybody see the timeline? This is what we call, this is our new 2024 triennial code adoption cycle timeline.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, great. So obviously our first workshop is today. We are running pre-cycle workshops starting today through January 11th, and I'll give the exact dates that we have listed in the charter. You can also go onto our website. I believe this is live. If you folks want to download this triennial code adoption cycle, what we call the cigar. But basically right now we're basically to the left of, we're right in here with it in this state agency workshops. As you'll see, this is, next step is the initial submittals. We have a date for that. Then we will go to our code advisory committee meetings. That'll be basically, we'll run March through July. And then of course, you'll see the 45-day and then final submittal. So we're at the very beginning stages of this code cycle, and we call this the pre-rulemaking cycle. So all the information is there. So certainly download it at your leisure. At this time, I would like to do a roundhouse introduction of participants. But I'd like to ask the state agency representatives from BSC first, then we'll do DSA, HCD, CARB, and the Energy Commission. And then after that, we'll do introductions of new CEVW participants that are new to our charter. And everybody should be listed in the charter. If not, we can add you as a participant. But certainly introduce yourself if it's your first time in this work group meeting. So with us today from BSC, we have, of course, Ms. Barbara at the Control Center. On the call, we have Kevin Day, our Acting Executive Director of the Building Standards Commission, Timothy O'Malley. I think we have Pam, and I think a few other folks that are listening in and watching this meeting. I'd like to maybe now hear from DSA, who's here today on behalf of the Division of the State Architect.
Morning, everybody. My name is Eric Drever, Principal Architect for DSA Architectural Codes and Policies. Joining me today is Paul Johnson, our Senior Electrical Engineer, who helps guide us through our rulemaking and regulatory development for schools in CalGreen. So I've as we go through introductions, I'm really encouraged by the number of people that are in attendance today. Pretty broad group. So if you wouldn't mind introducing you in your introductions, if you could just please list whether or not you are with a school district or in some way connected to a school district. As you might recall, in the last intervening code cycle, DSA moved EV charging into separate sections. And so it's important for us to certainly track Building Standards Commission's code development process and be involved in this, but we'd also like to make sure that we're advancing our specific regulations for schools. So knowing who our constituents are that are in this meeting would be helpful. Thank you. Appreciate all your attendance.
Good morning, Eric. Yeah, so thank you for that, Eric. I appreciate that. Moving on to HCD, who's with us this morning. Please introduce yourselves. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Enrique. Mitchell Baker, Assistant Deputy Director with HCD's Division of Codes and Standards. Also in the room, we have Emily Hill. She is our branch chief. And then we also have Tyler Mayo, our Building Standards Program Manager. We are looking forward to a productive meeting. HCD's oversight is strictly related to residential occupancies. And we believe we've moved the needle pretty far on electric vehicle charging requirements, but really look for feedback on various aspects as identified on the agenda. So look forward to a fruitful discussion, and we'll talk during our later agenda items.
Thank you, Mitchell. Appreciate that. Now I'd like to hear from California Air Resources Board participants.
Hi, this is Andrew Martinez, the supervisor of the Zero Emission Vehicle Infrastructure section. Sorry, my video was off. At CARB in the Advanced Clean Cars branch. With me today is Adrian Harris, our staff expert on light duty residential charging for Cal Green Code. We will also be joined later by Joshua Cunningham, our vehicle program specialist in the light duty vehicle program. So all happy to be here today and look forward to this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate that. Yeah, at this time, I'd like to hear from any agency representatives for the California Energy Commission.
Hi, good morning. This is Simon E. with the Energy Commissions. I work in the efficiency division, and I'm here with my colleagues, Adele Aham. He's with the Fuels and Transportation division, and we look forward for contribution to our knowledge and in EV charging infrastructure.
Great, thank you for that, Simon. Appreciate that. At this time, I'd like to hear from participants that are new to our CEVW work group. If you'd like to introduce yourselves, that would be great, and also who you represent. That would be very helpful. Thank you. Do you have anybody raise hands? Okay.
Yeah. Bryce's hand was up first.
Hello, my name is Bryce Nesbitt. I'm an electrical engineer and work as a commercial property inspector in Berkeley, California. And I actually came to this because I was working on regulation for apartment disclosures of energy efficiency, and we added EV charging disclosure to that. And I realized this process was going on, and boy, I think I have some input. I think you can do quite a bit more with less regulation, and you'll hear from me more about that later.
Next, thank you.
Next is Dennis.
Good morning, Dennis.
Good morning. My name is Dennis Corellis. I'm an architect with some experience in code writing when I was with DSA for the accessibility code, and I'm with the Electric Vehicle Charging for All Coalition's leadership team, and look forward to getting involved with the details of the new code. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis.
Jason?
For For the group, Dennis is understating his experience with code writing.
Yes, he is. We appreciate you, Dennis.
Jason?
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Jason Gumental, Alameda County, also a state certified journey level electrician. Just looking to participate and hopefully contribute something valuable to the group. Thank you.
Welcome, Jason. Would you like to be added to our charter as a participant? Are you representing yourself or a group?
Yeah, I'm representing International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, so electrical union.
Great.
So
If
yeah,
you don't mind,
yeah.
Yeah, Jason, if you don't mind, shoot us an email, and this goes for everybody else that's a new participant. Shoot us an email on our DSE website and basically introduce yourself and just say that you'd like to be added to our charter and who you represent, and we'll make sure that you get on our charter list. Thank you.
Perfect, will do. Thank you.
Next is Gary.
Good morning, Gary Farber, representing 350 Contra Costa Action, and we sent you a letter, well, HCD, a letter yesterday on this topic. Thank you.
Great.
Next is Peter.
Hey, good morning. My name is Peter Masasich. I'm a programs lead with Silicon Valley Clean Energy, a community choice energy company serving Santa Clara County. And happy to be here. We support our jurisdictions with state and local REACH code adoption and look forward to participating in the conversation. Thanks.
Thank you, Peter. Welcome.
Next is Brian.
Hi, this is Brian Kissel. I'm part of the Menlo Park Environmental Quality Commission and also interested in learning and contributing.
Hey, Brian, welcome.
Next is Mal.
Hey, good morning, folks. My name is Mal Scaron. I'm representing ChargePoint. ChargePoint is a world-leading charging network provider. We offer hardware, software, and services for all commercial and residential EV charging use cases, including fleet, multifamily, residential, single-family residential, and commercial publicly available chargers. We're based in Campbell, California. Good to be here and excited to contribute to the conversation today.
Thank you, Mel. Welcome to our group.
Next is Michelle. Michelle Pierce.
Yeah, hi. Sorry, I couldn't find the unmute button. My name is Michelle Pierce. I am representing myself, my adult children, and my grandchildren who probably will never be able to afford their own home, to own their own home and live in apartments. And also I am a member of EVCAC. Thank you.
Next is Bill.
Yeah, good morning. Bill Zellmer with Sutter Health. Just trying to keep up to speed on what all the new changes are that are coming our way.
Good morning.
Next is Michael.
Hi, my name is Michael Clemson. I am with the California State University Chance's Office. We represent the 23 Cal State campuses. We're interested in making sure that the codes work for campus situations and that we can continue to provide education at an affordable rate to California students. Thank you very much.
Welcome, Michael.
Next is Tessa.
Good morning, everyone. Tessa Sanchez. I'm a senior policy advisor here at Tesla. I'll be representing Tesla. We participated in past code cycles. Really appreciate all the efforts of the agencies here today. I'm looking forward to participating.
Morning, Tessa.
Next is, I think, Peter, did we call on you already? Sorry. Peter?
Yes, you did. Thanks.
Okay, sorry. And next is Christina.
Hello, good morning, everybody. My name is Christina Marquez. I'm the environmental organizer for IBEW Local 569. That's the Electrical Workers Union representing San Diego and Imperial counties. I was involved with the EV strike force and currently involved with Advanced Clean Fleets implementation plan, and very interested in making sure we do this right, not only for the community, but for the people that are doing the installations. Thanks.
So, nobody else we have?
Just one more. We have Johnny. Oh, a couple more. Johnny's next.
Hey there, Johnny Kutcher here, he, him pronouns with RMI. I'm excited to listen into the workshop on EV readiness and have some comments later in the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. Welcome.
And then Emily, you did have your hand up. There we go. Emily?
Thank you. Hi, this is Emily Warren, head of public policy with EverCharge. We're an electric vehicle hardware, software, and services provider who provides charging solutions for a variety of different charging use cases, including multifamily dwellings and commercial fleets as well. So we're interested in participating in this conversation and making sure that we're advancing the EV infrastructure readiness of both those residential and commercial facilities, and that they are also prepared to accommodate grid beneficial technologies like automated load management systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Any more?
That's our last hand.
Yeah, at this point.
Sorry. You got
Go ahead.
one. Whitney?
Hi, this is Whitney Dickinson. I'm a government affairs and public policy lead at Electrify America, which is the nation's largest public fast charging network. And Electrify America has participated in the previous code cycles, and just we're interested to continue participating and keep evolving this policy. Thank you.
And
thank you.
And then we have Jonathan.
Yes, I'm John Hart with PowerFlex. I've participated in past code cycles and look forward to participating in this. We're a EV charging provider and specializing in automated load management. So that's where most of my comments.
So being that we've had past participants introduce themselves, I'd like to open it up and anybody that wants to introduce themselves, even though you've been in this group before, since other folks have been given the opportunity, I'd like to open the opportunity to anybody else that wants to briefly introduce themselves. I appreciate that. Thank you.
We have James.
James?
Oh, hi. James Fry, 2050 Partners, representing the California IOU Codes and Standards Organization. We've been participating over the last cycles and we're excited to do it again. Thanks.
Thank you, James. Welcome.
Next is Bob.
Hi, this is Bob Raymer. I'm representing California Building Industry Association, the Business Properties Association in BOMA. So we have an interest in both the mandates for new construction and the mandates for retrofit and existing construction. Thanks.
Thank you, Bob. Welcome. Danuta?
Good morning. My name is Danuta Trostovich. I'm with the California Energy Commission, working on Part 11 of the Building Code, and I'm joining my colleagues here, whom I think you've already met, Simon Lee. Thank you.
Hey, Danuta. Good morning.
Next is Ted.
Good morning. Yeah, Ted Tiffany, subject matter expert for California Energy Commission and the Energy Codes and Standards, representing myself, but kind of serial public meeting participants. Looking forward to the discussion today. Thank you.
Good morning, Ted. Welcome.
I don't see any more hands.
Okay. Seeing that there's no more hands, I'd like to move on to the next agenda item.
Can we do a little housekeeping?
Yes.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, a little housekeeping breaks. We're going to break at for the great shakeout. It's at 10:19. At 10:19. So we will, how about we break at 10:15, give people 4 minutes to get ready to duck and cover. So we'll do a break at 10:15 for 15 minutes. So I'll be back. We'll have a break between 10:15 and 10:30. So we'll be back at 10:30. And then we'll break for lunch, and then other breaks along the way as needed. So with that, let's continue on to our agenda item 2, specifically, which is our charter. So I'm gonna pull up the charter. This is okay. So let me see if I can zoom out. So this is the same charter that's been posted on our website, so you folks should be able to have seen it before. However, this is kind of a living document. It was last updated October 4th, and there are some proposals that were sent in that want to amend this charter or add folks to it. So with that, I'd like to, since we've already seen this before, I'd like to go over the roles and responsibilities, roles and authority. And I'll start with building standards, and then I'll move on to HCD, I believe is in order, and then DSA. So BSC's roles and authority, BSC has the statutory responsibility and authority for proposing green building standards in Cal Green, where no other state agency has the authority for occupancies within its authority. Our second role is BSC is a regulatory code adopting agency and is not an advocacy group. As such, BSC is required to follow statutory mandated procedures and propose regulations within their scope of authority and consistent with state law. 3, BSC develops regulations based on executive action, legislative mandate, or a demonstrated need identified by BSC or proposed by others. I'm not going to go through all of these, but basically we have quite a few roles and responsibilities. You folks can, the essence of time, can go and just look specifically to these BSC roles and responsibilities. I'm going to move on to DSA and have them describe or discuss their roles and responsibilities as they see fit. Eric, would you be doing the honors on this one?
Absolutely, Enrique. Thanks for the the introduction, and thanks for sharing those bulleted items on the screen. I too won't go through each and every one of them in the interest of time, but I did want to mention the authorities that DSA has in relation to what agencies are responsible to submit plans to DSA and what specific portions of the built environment DSA is responsible for. And that's really, as it relates to Cal Green, you know, not speaking about accessibility or other parts of building codes. If we're simply restraining our authority discussion here to Cal Green, it's to promulgate codes for schools, that is K through 12 and community colleges. So we also have the authority to enforce Cal Green for those same types of buildings. And I know that can be a little bit confusing. I was even at a convention yesterday and was approached by, I think I saw that there was somebody from the CSU here. I was approached by a sustainability staff member from, I think it was CSUS Sacramento. And they were asking about some of the Cal Green regulations for schools. Into the conversation, they mentioned they were part of Sac State. And I had to share that they should be really paying attention to building standards commissions regulations, not DSA's regulations, because universities and colleges are responsible to comply with those regulations, not DSA's. And we also do not enforce CalGreen for that. So probably a little bit wordy there, I apologize, but our focus is on K through 12 and community colleges for CalGreen. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric, for that overview. Moving on to HCD. Let's see here. Let me cue them up. There we go.
Good morning, everyone. This is Tyler Mayo. As Mitchell Baker previously mentioned, I'm the Title 24 Building Standards Program Manager. As it relates specifically to CalGreen, HCD's authority for adopting California Green Building Standards for residential occupancies is located in Health and Safety Code Section 17928, which includes developing green building features that are determined by the department to be cost-effective and feasible to promote greener construction. HCD's objective today is to present current EV charging proposals and to collect feedback for consideration and possible incorporation into the CalGreen proposal during the 2024 triennial code adoption cycle.
Thank you, Tyler, for that overview. Now I'm going to move on to the California Air Resources Board. And here's their information.
Yeah, I'm actually going to ask Adrian Harris to go ahead and provide our overview, please.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it.
Good morning, everyone. Adrian Harris from CARB. As you can see on the screen, I won't read exactly the paragraphs, but basically California has long held, has provided CARB with the authority to reduce emissions from motor vehicles. And this has led to more recently the adoption of Advanced Clean Cars 2, which includes the requirements of 100% new light duty vehicle sales to be ZEVs, which is battery electric vehicles, fuel cell vehicles, as well as plug-in hybrid electric vehicles. On the medium and heavy duty side, that included the most recently adopted Advanced Clean Fleets regulation. Specifically to CalGreen code, BSC has been allowed to request and accept proposals from other state agencies that are considered expertise in green subject areas. Due to CARB's staff expertise in air quality and climate change, CARB is considered a subject matter expert, which means we are allowed to propose changes to the CalGreen code to make sure it supports CARB's programs, as well as other regulations related to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Starting in the 2016 triennial code cycle, CARB has been providing technical and fiscal analysis to the building agencies to help support their proposals to their commission, as well as working with the agencies to develop code and considering future proposals for future code cycles.
Thank you, Adrian. Well said. Appreciate that. Now I'm going to move on to the California Energy Commission. And yeah, if someone can speak on their behalf, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, hi everyone, and good morning, Enrique.
Good morning.
I can briefly go over highlight the CEC's role for the EV regulations. The CalGreen regulations was amended by Assembly Bill 2075 in September 2022 to specify that the CEC is considered an interested party and requires the CEC as part of its participation in this workshop or collaborative process to incorporate the most recent update to a specified statewide assessment of electric vehicle charging infrastructure, any relevant electric load forecast, and the statewide transportation electrification goals as specified. The staff at the CEC, including in the efficiency division and the fuels and transportation division, possess expertise in areas that are directly relevant to EV charging infrastructure standards in the Cal Green Code. And so thank you for hosting this workshop, and we look forward for working together on these important topics.
Thank you, Simon. I appreciate that. I'm going to go briefly through the charter. Basically, like I said, we've seen this before. If you folks want to be added, I know we have a specific comment regarding I think it's under non-state organizations, and I'd like to bring Dennis Corellis, if you could speak to your comment, and we can have a brief discussion regarding that. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
So I had to step away for a moment, Enrique. Which of my comments are we going to be talking about?
Oh, it's regarding the one where you wanted to add an additional group in here that's not currently listed, and we just need like direction as to who that group is and what's the proper name for that non-state agency organization.
Well, we had we were listed on the group of participants as the EVCAC. There were some prior references to our organization that were obsolete that was still in the list. And so I'm going to defer to my colleague Sven Thiessen to see if there's any more that he wants to add to that. If Sven, if you could do that, I'd appreciate it.
Good morning, Sven. Is this the one you're talking about here? Should this be amended to say EV Access for All Coalition? Are we missing a C, EVAAC?
Well, I think we're correctly listed for either above this or below it. I think that's kind of a duplicate because we're not aware of any organization with that.
But is this, it's the EV Access for All Coalition, right? Is this the correct acronym, EVAA?
Not for us. Ours is the Electric Vehicle Electric Vehicle Charging for All Coalition.
Okay.
The acronym is the EVCAC.
Okay.
I do believe Sven is driving, so he may not be able to.
Yeah, so we can certainly fix that. That we'll just amend it, and you'll see it in the next. It'll just be updated in terms of correcting that. There was another item regarding some other group, but I don't know if that's something that you can talk about right now, Dennis.
Not at this time.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Is there anybody else in the group before we move on to the next agenda item that would like to have a comment regarding this?
Sure.
Oh, I see Kevin Day. Kevin, you have the floor.
Thanks, Enrique. Just to, go back to the previous comment, I believe that comment that we got, I thought it was from Dennis Krellis a couple days ago, was to add tenants' rights organizations to the charter as a member of the Cal Green Electric Vehicle Work Group. So if at any time, during this meeting or offline, we're happy to. I think we just needed to know what the name of the organization or organizations was. We can work with Enrique on that, again, either during the meeting or after. So just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Bryce?
If you could just give us your email address or where we should be talking to you about this issue offline.
Yeah, I mean, you can send me, and my email should be in the notice, but you can send an inquiry into the Building Standards Commission. We have a questions page, and it'll come to me. Just put my name on it, and we can certainly discuss that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Bryce. Eric?
Thank you, Enrique. So in reference to the grouping that was apparently commented on that Kevin just spoke to, tenants' rights organizations, is the suggestion to break non-state organizations into perhaps a few categories, meaning I see listed there the AIA at the top of the list, CalBO. Those tend to be professional organizations. I heard tenants' rights organizations, which might be advocacies. And then there might be subject matter expert organizations. And so I just wanted to sort of understand what the suggestion and the potential impacts were by breaking out into subsections.
Thank you, Eric, for that comment. And I think our idea with this was to keep it kind of a high level, non-state agencies, because some were saying, well, we're part of a utility, we're part of this and that. So we kept it very simple, state agencies and non-state organizations. But if there's suggestions to break it up into subcategories, then everybody would have to identify what category that would have to be. So we'd have to make some amendments to this, which is not a problem. We just need clear direction to see what groups want to be identified as, the different subcategories. Thank you.
Yeah, if I could, it seems like an effort that may not be necessary and could be expansive.
Yeah. So we try to, like I said, keep it high level, but certainly up for suggestions to improve this list. But anyway, here's the list of all past participants. And like I said, if you're new to this process and to this group, please send us an email and we'll add you to this list. This is going to be an ongoing CEVW work group. So it's going to be ongoing. Obviously, this one's for this triennial, but I see this charter continuing on in the future. Now I'm going to concentrate and move into yes. So today's meeting is our kickoff meeting, October 19th, 2023. Our second meeting is tentatively scheduled for November 16th. And then the third meeting is scheduled tentatively for January 11th of 2024. So these are basically all the available times in terms of that we're getting pretty close to after January, it's crunch time, and then we have to submit the basically initial submittal. So this is basically our window of opportunity. While we only have 3 meetings, but this one is an actual workshop and not just like a meet and greet, and it's an all-day workshop. So our goal is to have these 3 meetings be very productive. And so anyway, that's where we're at. Of course, rules of engagement, and that's it. So appreciate any input on this. And Dennis, obviously, if you want to provide additional information for this charter, please do so. Eric, do you still have a question? Your hand is raised. Okay. All right.
I lowered it. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Okay, I'm going to move on to agenda item 3, and it's basically, let me go to the agenda. Okay, so agenda item 3, let's see if everybody can see it, right? Pretty good. Okay, so I'm going to do a quick rundown of, let's see here. In past pre-cycle meetings, we've done basically just a brief overview of the prior proposals and codification of prior rulemaking, or basically the prior cycle. In this case, items 3A through 3, and quite a few, all the way to O, were proposals by the various state agencies that were approved and are being currently codified. We just received our first proof at Cal Green, and so the publisher has given us the first proof. So we're going to be quickly turning that around and sending it back to the publisher. So I'll go through them briefly. 3A, we adopted EV definitions in coordination with DSA and HCD. 3B, we allow the use of DCFCs to be substituted on a 1:5 ratio for both EV capable spaces which was already allowed. And then independently, the level 2 EVSEs, which is a BSC only amendment. 3C, allow the use of low power level 2 receptacles to be substituted for EV capable spaces without EVSE on a 2-to-1 ratio. Once again, this was a BSC amendment only. 3D was to adopt, we adopted a new code section for electric vehicle charging stations using the power allocation method as an alternative compliance pathway solely based on KVA in lieu of current EV charging requirements. And this was BSC and a DSA proposal. 3E, adopted EV regulations for qualifying additions and alterations to existing buildings or parking facilities. Once again, this was a venture between BSC and DSA. HCD already had something in the code. 3F is we amended EV regulations for infrastructure in medium and heavy duty zero emission vehicles or ZEVs to include new categories or occupancies, which were office buildings and manufacturing facilities. 4G amended the EV regulations for tier 1 and tier 2 to align with similar amendments for the mandatory EV proposal. So this is specific to BSC only because we have tier 1 and tier 2 amendments that are more stringent than the mandatory in EV. So we had to in lockstep increase those appropriately on the percentages. And then DSA does not adopt the voluntary measures. So this was a BSC only amendment. For H is developed electric vehicle charging regulations for qualifying additions and alterations. Oh, we already talked about that. Oh, additional alterations for parking facilities serving existing non-residential occupancies. And this was a proposal coordinated with BSC and DSA. While they have a little bit different, we did coordinate these proposals. Furthermore, we are going to be proposing for the 2024 triennial code adoption cycle some minor amendments to additions and alterations based on comments received during our 45-day comment period during the last intervening code cycle. For I, DSA relocated existing co-adopted EV charging language into a school-specific code section and related subsections with amendments. Basically, DSA took the co-adopted BSC DSA EV regulations and created their own code sections specific to schools to just because they have a little bit of difference in school types and specific to schools. And so now you'll see that when the code gets codified, you'll see a specific code section for public schools, community colleges. And for J, DSA adopted the requirements to install EVSE with level 2 EVSE and all existing EV capable spaces to create EV electric vehicle charging stations. So that's their amendment that they did for themselves. For K, HCD increased required EV equipment installation percentages for new hotels, motels, and new multifamily residential parking facilities in Chapter 4 and associated voluntary measures in Chapter A4. For L, HCD repealed EV capable spaces in favor of higher percentages of low power level 2 chargers and increased percentages of level 2 chargers. For M, HCD will require dedicated EV branch circuit connection to dwelling unit electrical panel in new multifamily units. For N, HCD will require the use of various NEMA EV charging receptacles. For O, HCD made minor code updates to EV regulations for additions and alterations. And that pretty much sums up what we worked on during the 2022 intervening code adoption cycle. And yeah, these got approved and are being currently codified. Okay. That was a lot. Let me know if I'm going too fast. I can certainly slow down a bit. Yeah, Eric, please.
Thank you, Enrique. Can you please scroll back to J?
Sure.
I just wanted to clarify, J is in reference to certain alterations to parking facilities. It's not for all existing EV and all conditions. It's when an alteration is undertaken, a triggering alteration, and you can find those in the code. But when a triggering alteration occurs, the existing EV capable spaces are then required to be upgraded with EVCS.
Great.
Or with
Thank you, Eric,
EVSE creating EVCS.
okay. Thank you, Eric, for that clarification. I appreciate
you.
that. Before I move on to agenda item 4, and we're at 9:56, so we have time probably to do maybe go through one item. Does anybody have any questions regarding agenda item 3 and any sub items? Okay. Okay, so we have Michael. Go ahead.
Yeah, does I think it was K, if you could scroll to 3.
Sure.
Which one was the colleges and university, or the colleges and schools one?
Oh, that was DSA, and it's J.
Okay, does that I think it was I.
I HCD chargers capable. Yeah, they repealed HCD repealed the EV capable in favor of actually a higher percentage of installed chargers.
Okay, and that I'm just trying to figure out, does that apply to California State University?
No, that
Okay.
no. So for universities, UC and CSU, it's BSC's amendment. So it would be anything that has our BSC banner in general. BSC.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it would be the ones that I mentioned that were the BSC, and then sometimes we co-adopt it with TSA. Timothy, you have a question? Timothy,
Yeah, I found my mute. So
yeah.
we can also emphasize these are minimum requirements. So any jurisdiction can add to these or make them more restrictive. And so as we go through the process and understand that these can be amended at the local jurisdiction level as well. And I think for schools, they probably could even be amended at the same time, if that's something that we can consider. So
yeah, I mean, I don't want to talk about schools. Universities are different, CSU and UC system, but in terms of public schools, community colleges, I would defer to Eric Griever for any comments or suggestions based on for that under their authority. Thank you, Timothy, for that. Okay, no more questions. I'm going to move on to agenda item 4A. Pursuant to AB 2075, we're directed to convene a workshop on EV charging infrastructure standards that include HCD, DSA, CARB, the Energy Commission, and other relevant stakeholders to consider, among other things, projected demand for EV charging infrastructure based on the state's goals as specified. That's the bill language. So I'm going to move on and show what BSC's proposal is for agenda item 4A. Okay, 4A is right there. Okay, let me zoom out. Folks, let me know if I'm moving too fast. and I can certainly slow down. So that's basically rationale. We reiterated the AB 2075. Obviously, we're working in conjunction with, in coordination with the California Air Resources Board, the Energy Commission, coordinating with HCD and DSA, where we have similar co-adoptions. And so today's scheduled workshop and subsequent Calgary electric vehicle work group CEVW workshops conducted will address the intent and purpose of AB 2075 by the collaborating with each of the agencies and stakeholders for the 2022 triennial code adoption cycle to incorporate robust and comprehensive electric vehicle charging infrastructure standards to achieve relevant anticipated electric load capacities, capabilities, and the statewide transportation electrification goals. So BSC's proposal for agenda item so that was agenda item 4A, which is basically more of a statement, showing our intent and our desire to comply with AB 2075 and say that we're working as a state agency working together to implement the goals. What time is it? Okay, let's go, and we're going to go over agenda item 4B. So for agenda item 4B, BSC CG, which is our CalGreen hat that gives us authorities for CalGreen regulations that are not under somebody else's authority, except another state agency like HCD or mainly DSA or HPOD or hospitals. So that's where our CG banner comes from. BSC is proposing to amend the existing exception 2 for parking space accessibility only by automated mechanical car parking systems. This proposed amendment will align with HCD's exception, which was codified during the 2021 intervening code adoption cycle. This proposed change maintains consistency for both residential and non-residential occupancies and provides clarity for the code users and the regulated community. There's no intended change in regulatory effect. So basically what the proposal is, it's under our electric vehicle charging main section, which is section 5.106.5.3. Basically this amendment, all we are doing is proposing to align with HCD, the HCD exception number 2, which basically exempts these parking facilities that are served by parking lifts, which are basically these automated mechanical access open parking garages. And so all we're trying to do is align with HCD, and we've gotten proposals from local enforcing agencies that they'd like to, as a matter of fact, one agency, local enforcing agency, in their ordinance filed this exact same amendment to obtain it earlier than BSC's proposal here. So that was done in the 2022 code cycle. So once again, we're trying to align with other state agencies as much as we can in code sections that are related, directly related. I feel that this one was one that basically we're trying to not cause confusion between residential and non-residential. We're proposing to align with HCD. I see that Bryce has a hand up, and then it looks like Gary as well. Let's start with Bryce.
Okay, just making sure this is the right time to comment on this item.
Absolutely, this is the time.
Okay. I agree with the aligning. That's completely right. But I would want to understand from the manufacturers of these type of lifts why they can't comply. I am an electrical engineer. My father's a mechanical engineer. We work on all sorts of systems that run power, mechanical systems up and down through mechanisms. Each one of these lifts is running cables and wires that move up and down with the lift. I'm not seeing the justification for this exemption. And I'd love to understand where this came from and what the manufacturers are saying about their ability or inability to comply.
Thank you, Bryce, for that comment. If possible, Mitchell, would you be able to provide comment on this HCD proposed code change during the last intervening cycle? We can certainly go look at the eyesore for that. I don't know if you can give any insight.
Sure, I can chime in briefly. This obviously is not HCD's proposal. This is Building Standards Commission proposal. However, the contrary to the comment there is what HCD has focused on in previous cycles, and that is the safety of existing equipment. There's various types of parking lifts that exist out there, and we currently are not aware of any parking lifts that provide the proper access and ability to connect an electrical charger into a vehicle safely on a parking lift. And as such, we included an exemption in HCD's portion of the regulations that apply to residential occupancies, and are proposing this cycle to continue to allow that exemption until there's assurance of safety when connecting electric vehicle charging, equipment that has a substantial amperage to it into an electric vehicle on what could be a precarious lift. And assurance of safety is really critical to us.
Not especially. Is it the long one?
Yes.
Thank
Oh,
you
really?
for that. Folks, can you mute yourself if you're not being called on the queue? I appreciate that. I'm going to go with Gary, and then we'll go with Dennis Corrales. Gary, you have the floor.
Thank you. As stated in our October 18th letter, I'm with 350 Contra Costa, and we did a simple internet search, and we found some lifts that state that they work with EV charging. So I think some more research needs to be done on this. As we stated in our letter, we suggest that some more research be done to see whether there are, many lift systems that can accommodate charging. If there are many, then maybe there should be no exemption. If there are not so many, then probably the exemption should just state that the type of lift systems that cannot accommodate EV charging, are exempt, but otherwise they're not exempt. So a more nuanced approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary, for that. We'll look at that comment. Like I said, I think it just came in. I have not had the opportunity to personally review it, but we will certainly look at it and see if that comment is applicable to our BSC proposal, which I'm assuming it is. So thank you for that, Gary. Appreciate it. Dennis?
Hey, thank you. I have a couple concerns about this. And in the first part of the definition, you talk about automated mechanical access open parking garages as defined in the California Building Code. Now, I might have missed it, but I went to the definitions chapter in the building code and there is no definition that's stated here. So are you going to be proposing a definition for this?
Dennis, let's look into that. Okay. Is that a comment that you provided recently?
Yes, it's in the letter of the 17th, yes.
Oh, okay. And I know that was addressed to HCD specifically, but we will look at it and see how it can be applied to our BSC proposal.
Well, because they're, like you said, they're kind of trying to.
Right. We want to align, like, we don't want to have different exceptions for similar code, related items.
Okay.
I think the intent here was, it was those automated lists where you literally, the car literally, you drive it in, you walk off, and this thing, you know, goes
Understand?
up and does this thing, or those, what is it, the cars dispensing machines? Forget the name of the company. Yeah, that's the intent.
Well, that was kind of a technical concern, because if we reference a definition, we ought to have that definition. But
yeah,
our broader concern on this is that this exception provides, it talks about the lifts, which is specific, and then it talks about other parking facilities otherwise incapable of supporting electric vehicle charging. And we don't have a lot of definition or guidance in what that would look like. And we're concerned that this is kind of going to be opening up a loophole and create problems for the building officials, or with people seeking to avoid compliance by saying, well, my parking facility is incapable of supporting it. I was wondering, we are suggesting language, adding language to require the project builder or designer to make that determination, but that would be subject to the independent assessment and the concurrence of the building official or the local enforcing agency. And that's in our letter that we sent in the other day with that language.
I did see that, and we'll have to have further discussion regarding that. I was just curious, like when HCD made this proposal, were similar comments made to HCD's proposal?
During the last cycle, we had some concerns about the language, but again, this is a new day, and we'd be pleased to work with them to reconcile.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dennis. Appreciate that. Ted?
Thank you.
And I can add that at the September 11th workshop, this same issue was raised. And the same sort of list of robotic parking garages that already support EV charging was mentioned. So a quick Google search will show you that there's at least 5 vendors offering this type of lift with integrated EV charging at this time.
Okay, thank you, Bryce. What we don't want to do is sole source. We try to not do that in the California building codes, so we'd have to be cautious about that. And also listing a bunch of, like I said, different manufacturers. We try to stay clear.
Oh, of course not. Yeah. Of course not. But you also need to challenge manufacturers to step up to the plate. If they're able to do this, then they should be encouraged to do it, not given a complete free pass. At the very least, you could say that you have to explain why your system can't be adapted to EV charging in order to gain that exception.
Okay. Thank you for that input, Bryce. Appreciate it. So Ted, I'll take Ted, and then we have 2 minutes, and then we're gonna go to the great shakeout.
Yeah, just quickly on this. Sorry, Ted, Tiffany. The language in this is going to be challenging for those exceptions. The parking lifts can include vertical lifts, but also the new automated sled robots that are increasing density in flat parking areas. It's not just parking garages, and you have parking garages singled out there. So I'd hone this language really quickly and rethink that to include those new robotic devices that are increasing density in parking lots.
Okay, thank you, Ted, for those comments. Appreciate it. Does anybody? This is a good stopping point. We're gonna go on break and come back at 10:30, and then we'll proceed on with the agenda items proposed for this triennial code adoption cycle. Thank you very much. See you soon.
Can someone explain to us what duck and cover means? Outside of California, it's not known. Thank you.
Literally, that means duck and cover. That means get under a desk or something to prevent stuff from falling on top of yourself.
Sounds like a good excuse for a smoke break, actually.
Yeah, Jim, it's a little ironic too, because yesterday there was literally an earthquake in our region a day before the statewide drill.
And several people commented, myself was one of them, when that earthquake happened, we went, oh, it's just the test, don't worry.
That's exactly what I thought.
I have a graphic. If you want to let me share my screen for a minute, I can share the graphic. Okay.
Yeah, but I didn't. You can go ahead and share, Laura.
Go ahead, Laura, if you want to share before we get, gonna give another couple minutes and then we'll continue on. All right, so I'm gonna go.
All right. It's not very big, but so we have, oh my goodness.
It's actually very serious. Or it should be, right?
Yes.
Of course, if
there we go.
You end up with duck and cover from World War II, where it meant something it meant the same thing, but for different reasons.
I was wondering if there was anybody in the crowd old enough to remember that, get under a desk in case of a nuclear bomb.
Yeah. Yeah, we're here.
All right. Hey, Laura, thank you for sharing. We're going to proceed, continue on like the lighthearted spiritness. Thank you. So let me see here. Where were we? Can everybody see the screen?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah, it looks great.
So we're going to continue on with our meeting. Hopefully everybody, I didn't get any alerts on my phone. I thought we were going to get an alert on our cell phone, but that didn't happen. Anyway, proceeding on, still we're on agenda item 4B regarding the exception number 2. Does anybody have any additional comments before I move on to agenda item 4C?
There's a hand from James.
Hey, James, go ahead.
Hello again. Jim Fry from 2050 Partners for the California IOU Standards Group. One of our submitted comments regarding exceptions in general had to do with how to learn from them as we go. And the idea of tracking when exceptions are triggered and approved would be very valuable for all of us as we try to evolve our exceptions use. The last time we vocalized this during one of our meetings, it was very clear that there wasn't it wasn't really in your mandate or your authorization to require tracking of exceptions. But what I'd like to do is, in the spirit of this work group, discuss among ourselves how exceptions could be tracked, what procedural efforts need to be activated to make this happen. And so I'll be quiet now and let that point sink in and let others direct the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Go ahead, Bryce.
I'll agree 100% with James here. There are a number of things in the HCD code that require the approval of the building official or even the approval of HCD. So I think there is some procedural precedence for this. So if you want that exception, you should apply, which would also mean that you could track the number of exceptions granted or the number of parking spots unavailable in this case because of it. I am an electrical engineer, and I'll say that as a subject matter expert, the idea that there is an electrical reason for this exception is, I believe, unjustified, that the existing National Electric Code provides for arc fault detection and GFCI protection, which is exactly what you would need to detect if mechanical action has damaged a wire. I think you're already covered. So I take James's exception comment to heart, but think that this shouldn't be an exception at all. Thank you.
And I'd like to just quickly dial all the way back to the first definition of any exception use for this code base. I didn't mean to be kind of tied into the parking facility exception, but more the exceptions in general. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Bob, you have the
Yeah,
floor.
Bob Raymer with CBIA and CBPA. In the past, we've had exceptions with disabled access and some other stuff. And, while HCD may not have approved budgeting from the legislature to do this, we can ask CalBO, particularly the larger jurisdictions, to let us know what they've experienced. And that has proved useful over the years. You don't get a precise number for the entire state, but at least on occasion, when the private sector reaches out to CalBO, some of the larger jurisdictions can provide some pretty good info. Just a thought.
Thank you for that, Bob. Christian, you have the floor.
Yes, hi. My name is Christian Corby, and I'm the Deputy Executive Director at the California Electric Transportation Coalition. Thanks again, everyone, for being here today, and thanks for hosting this meeting. I just wanted to voice support for Jim's comments about kind of tracking the use of these exceptions. I think for a long time, we didn't really pay much attention to them, just kind of thought of them as boilerplate. And just in the last year or so, especially with the expansion of the requirements around EV charging, we're definitely very interested in their use and kind of just concerned with how often they might be used. So just wanted to mention that. And then Bob, I had a question. Who's CalBO? I'm not familiar with that reference.
I'm sorry. CalBO is the California Building Officials. It's sort of like the statewide association for, the code enforcement guys over, the 500 plus jurisdictions in California. There's also the county building officials, but there's a lot of overlap in those members. And just for what it's worth, we've had a couple of utilities, San Diego Gas and Electric, for example, that said they couldn't handle, 5 fast chargers, but in a place where you already had sort of a built out microgrid in a urban area. That happens, for new construction outside, in suburbia, not so much, for single family homes, but directly with infill. That's when some of this stuff pops up. But as far as large scale usage, I'm not familiar with that. And unfortunately, I think HCD would have to get money from the legislature to basically do that kind of thing anyway. Food for thought.
Thank you, Bob. Peter, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Peter from SVCE. So I will say I like the intent of the idea that we can learn from these exceptions and improve code and our knowledge in the future, though I do also have some concerns about it. If this was public information, I worry that it could become a tool, a resource used by developers to try to skirt requirements, because it could create a precedent where they could see that in one jurisdiction someone was able to get an exception, and so they could maybe potentially use that to kind of try to leverage getting out of compliance on a project in a different jurisdiction. So I do want to kind of caution about that potential double-edged sword that this could create.
Thank you, Peter, for your comment. Mitchell?
Yeah, thanks, Enrique. Just wanted to go on the record. So my name is Mitchell Baker with HCD. And wanted to confirm that HCD has no authority or mandate to track the use and the application of any provisions within the code or exceptions that may be applied to a specific project within a jurisdiction. And I think that would be quite convoluted, as there are many projects and many jurisdictions, and the numbers would be pretty substantial, but it would require some legislative change to give HCD in particular the authority and necessary resources to track the application of any sort of exceptions in the code. It's not something under the current construct that HCD can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitchell, for that clarification. Any other comments regarding this? Agenda item 4B. Okay, seeing none, I would like to move on to agenda item 4C. Let's see, here we go. So agenda item 4C, BSC is proposing to add 2 new code sections, 5.106.5.3.2.1 and 5.106.5.361 for receptacle configuration standards. The proposal will require specified 208, 240 volt EV charger receptacle configurations for 20, 30, and 50 amp receptacles using a NEMA standard. This proposed change will provide the designer guidance and encourage standardization of installations. This proposal amendment will align with HCD's current EV charging connectors requirement, which were codified during the 2021 intervening code adoption cycle, found in HCD section 4.106.4.2.2 multifamily dwellings, subsection 1E receptacle configurations. This proposed change also maintains consistency for both residential and non-residential occupancies and provides clarity for the code user and the regulated community. BSC is proposing to add, basically, what we're trying to do. We have the whole rationale here, but it's quite lengthy. But I would encourage you can go read it if you want to get more details. But basically, what BSC is proposing is we're proposing to renumber some existing code sections, as mentioned, to introduce these new subsections, which are basically being proposed to go under the section 106.532, which is electric vehicle charging stations, and where it specifies the receptacle configurations for 20 amps, 30 amps, and 50 amps. And then in addition to that, the EV charger connectors. So once again, we are trying to align with HCD's codified or soon to be codified proposals. Once again, in trying to maintain consistency with pretty much exact same requirements in terms of the receptacles and charging connectors. So 2 new subsections being proposed and renumbering of the existing subsections there to maintain the number sequencing. Does anybody have any comments pertaining to this proposed BSC proposed amendment? James?
Thank you again for bringing change forward here. The first point we made in a prior comment letter includes the risk of accessibility issues related to the larger connectors being very, very hard to insert and deinsert when you're maybe have a challenging facility with your hands. That was one point we made. And another point was that The 1430 may or may not be the I don't know. Let's back that up and say my next question has to do with where did the letter D come in on receptacle line item number 2? I'm very familiar with 30R. I'm not familiar with 30R space D.
Oh. You know what, James, thank you for that. That may be a typo because I don't remember the D being there in HCD's proposal. So I'm going to say that was a clerical error. And I think the intent is to have it be 30R. So please, that will be stricken from this proposal. Thank you for bringing that up. Appreciate it.
Sure. And my final item is related to receptacles in general. And I'd like the CEC rep on the call to really listen in on this. And that is any of the receptacle-based EV charging stations will have a hard time being added to a flexible demand charging system of the future. So as we propagate unintelligent receptacles as a cost-effective means for connecting, it will then require extra expense to organize them as flexible demand. In this case, either adding cost to either switching the circuits on and off or updating that to be a flexible demand EVSE. So I'd like to warn the group that as we propagate not smart receptacles, their ability to be added to a flexible demand resource will be very limited. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Bryce, you have the floor.
Okay. Regarding the connector types, I think you might have picked the wrong set of connectors here. So NEMA 620R is a 240 volt 3-pin connector, and NEMA 1430R is a 4-pin 120 volt. Not sure that's what you want. If I can share a chart here, I can show you the connector matrix.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
You need to turn yours off first.
Okay.
Okay, you cannot start screen share while the other participant is sharing.
Oh,
You have to stop sharing, and then I can start sharing.
Go ahead.
There we go. Okay, so here is the NEMA connector matrix. Woo. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? There we go. So I think the connector you actually want is the NEMA 630, which is the 3-pin variant of the 240 volt charger appropriate to 30 amps. And I'll send that comment in via email as well, so you can check the technical.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Bryce. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Now,
could you make that available to the whole group? That was a great chart.
This is just Wikipedia, actually.
Okay.
And just go to Wikipedia NEMA. It's a beautiful chart.
Great. Thank you, Bryce, for that information. Appreciate it.
I have an overall comment as well. And this is one of these code sections that's really quite complex. And I'm concerned about, I'll yield the floor for the moment, but I'll come back onto this issue of the complexity of it and a proposed alternate regulatory approach that would result in a much shorter code section, more to the point. So,
okay. Thank you, Bryce. So I'm going to now share. Sure. Share.
It's at the bottom. It would be at the bottom. You hover down toward the bottom of your whole screen. Yeah, exit, hit that X button real quick.
Okay. Hold on, folks, real quick.
And now hit the share screen. There we go.
And we are on C. Okay, here we are, back again. Okay, thank you. So Michelle, you have the floor.
Hi, I just wanted, I'm sorry I haven't been, I had a meeting from 10 to 10:30, so I'm just getting back in, but I was listening to James' comments and about the inability to be part of the flex system, but not every plug-in charger is dumb. The way this is probably going to work out as an EV driver that lives in an apartment, people won't be unplugging and plugging in a charger every day. They're going to figure out a way to permanently, not permanently, but as a tenant, be able to mount it to wherever their parking space is, secure it. And this is a whole new, industry coming up, a way to get that plug-in charger to stay at their parking spot as long as they live there, because that's what's going to end up happening, not somebody getting out, taking their charger out of their trunk or whatever and plugging in every night. That's not how this is going to pan out in the future. So that should, his concerns should not be a deterrent to the receptacle situation.
Thank you, Michelle. And just for clarification, this is a VSC proposal for non-residential occupancies only. I appreciate that comment.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay. It's all right. Emily, you have the floor.
Yes, I'd like to provide support for the comments made by James Frey. I think he raised an important point with respect to receptacles and the limited ability that they provide for using load management technology to try to manage demand or allocate power to reduce strains on the grid. As we see the California Energy Commission and policymakers in California seeking to look at opportunities to use new technology to improve grid resilience and to limit the needs for grid capacity upgrades. It's important for us to future-proof our systems and make sure that it will actually be possible for us to use those technologies without having to sort of rip out infrastructure and retrofit existing buildings. And so we do have concerns that putting in a standard of receptacles now as a method of interfacing with EV charging will actually limit the ability of deploying those kinds of grid beneficial technologies, which also, frankly, are beneficial to building owners and tenants in being able to maximize the number of residents or commercial charging users that may charge within a given site. Then a secondary point I'd like to make is with respect to EVSE connectors and the suggestion that there be 50% J1772 connectors. I'm not certain how closely the CBSE is following this issue in the EV charging industry, but you've picked a year in which there has been massive flux in the industry with respect to what the standard should be for connectors on EVSE. And there have been major announcements by automotive OEMs and suggestion of impending agreements that will result in a major shift in a lot more EVs in the coming years, starting to use the NECS connector type, which has previously been used by Tesla. And that's a change that all charging providers like us are preparing to be able to support. It will take some time for us to establish that supply chain and start being ready to install those. But I think it's not a good time to bake in a really prescriptive requirement into building codes about what type of connector should be used. I think it would be better to allow customers in the field and companies serving those customers to move with these changes in the market and supply the connector types that are desired by our customers. as that may change rapidly.
Thank you for that, Emily. Appreciate it. Simon Lee.
Oh, hi, yeah, this is Simon with the CEC. Yeah, just want to connect with James 5 about his comments because I don't quite fully understand his comment about the EV charging receptacle may not be fully compatible with the flexible demand standards, because the charging receptacle is just a point of connection, so I don't quite fully understand, I guess, what his comment entails, and so just want to get him understand, yeah, his comments.
Thank you, Simon. James, would you like to respond to Simon's question?
Yeah, thank you for allowing dialogue like this. It feels a lot like a work group today, so thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
In this case, Simon, in the code, it just describes a receptacle. It doesn't, and it's a NEMA receptacle, which means any sort of variable current charging that is the most customer-friendly way to provide flexible demand service isn't possible with a switched 240-volt receptacle. This code language enables a building owner to avoid adding a EVSE that would be networkable and be flexible current. And so the only way a receptacle as described in the language here, it doesn't even say it needs to be a networked receptacle. So there's an opportunity for a networked receptacle to participate in flexible demand by turning off a charging session. That can be it can be quite a surprise to the user. So one type of user experience is that it's an on-off thing versus a gradual. The other is the cost difference between a fully managed receptacle that is capable of flexible demand and a cost-effective EVSE that has variable current and is also flexible demand ready. They start to converge. And so I am very eager to support the organization here and provide some cost comparison data between a low-cost EVSE that's flexible demand ready versus what would have to become a managed receptacle that is flexible demand ready. Simon, does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense to some degree. Yeah, and yeah.
So this is a non-residential setting. That means it'll be a stranger visiting a charging post. That stranger will have to bring their own portable EVSE, which it won't assuredly have a flexible demand element to it. And so the code minimum application here for a non-residential setting, let's say, imagine a workplace where you don't have a fixed location for parking. You may have you're an employee lot. All of those receptacles will not be able to be added to a fleet of resources unless you add extra switching, which then adds cost, which then have them approach the cost of an EVSE. Thanks.
Yeah, it's always an interesting section here. This is a mandatory section, and the proposal here seems to be about like providing a list of choice for the receptacle configuration, so you can pick and choose like whether it's one of these types for the location, and I want to think about more, and then
so think about a future of a 50 parking lot of 50 workplace charging locations, and everyone has brought their own charger, and they cannot, other than switching them on and off, you can't bring them into fleet control for flexible demand during the day. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Simon.
If I could comment on James's. So James, I don't want to disagree with you, but as an electrical engineer, I kind of have to. If you're completely right, For everybody's background, if you have a J1772 connector, the charge management system can throttle it down and tell it to go anywhere from 0 to 100%. If you have just an outlet, it can just cut it off, turn it off or on. And it's clear that being able to throttle it is better. But it is possible to add a smart, if you had a whole parking lot of outlets and later you decided you needed central charge management, you could just install those networked chargers there and convert the outlet into the smart system. So I see no reason to restrict outlets. I am holding a EV charge management system right here. This little bit clips over the wire of the electric system, and it measures the amount of electric used, and then it sends a message back to the chargers in order to throttle. This is what would let you put, say, 50 chargers on a 400 amp circuit, because it will measure the total use used and make all of the available extra power available to the EVs. So in summary, I see no reason to restrict outlets because you can turn outlets into smart EVSEs later.
Thank you, Bryce, for that information. Sven, I see you're on the move. Are you ready to talk?
Hi, Sven Thiessen, co-lead Electric Vehicle Charging for All, ex-PG&E, ex-Peninsula Clean Energy, angel investor to 2 EVSPs, one of which has gone public, another, and co-founded another EVSP. My phone controls the charge rate of my car. Peninsula Clean Energy right now is doing pilot programs controlling the charge rates off the car. We want to keep, for the builder, we love you, Bob. We want to keep this as inexpensive as possible to deploy as many chargers out there as possible. So this sort of idea of using a not smart receptacle is to us is a very good idea. Second of all, we need to think about who's likely using these chargers. And we need to accept and be joyous that we're no longer driving 80-mile range Nissan Leafs. There are way more vehicles that have over 250 miles of range, such as these receptacles are more than highly likely, 80-90% plus likely to be used by workplace chargers, where you'll have an employee install some either you won't be using your portable charger. Your workplace will supply an appropriate EVSE. So there's a lot of things with, as much as I love Jim Fry, sir, we beg to differ on some of this. And we support what BSC has put out right now. We want more, but God bless you for doing what you want of what we've got. And then on the J1772, definitely agree with what Tesla said. There's no need to prescribe 50% J1772, 50% something else. Let's just let the market decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Sven. Appreciate that comment. Mal.
Hi, yes, thank you. I wanted to just add a +1 to Emily and Sven's comments regarding the provision for 50% J1772. I agree that now is not a good time for a prescriptive requirement, considering just the changing dynamics in the market, and thought it might be helpful to provide a couple of updates from the industry on this issue. So currently the NACS connector, as it's known, is going through a standardization process at SAE. And so that standardization process involves safety testing and just kind of the process to make sure that as NACS is integrated into vehicles beyond the Tesla manufacturer, that is able to be done in a standardized way. And so I would just kind of encourage any requirements to kind of follow that standardization process, because that will be an opportunity to kind of ensure safety and interoperability in a way that I think this provision is trying to get at. I would also just add, we have lived in a multi-connector environment in the EV charging industry for a long time. And so in some ways, the NACS announcement doesn't change that much. And so it would be great to just have customers and site hosts of charging services be able to make those decisions as the technology evolves and moves forward. So with those two things in mind, just wanted to emphasize that encouraging sites to select the appropriate port type may kind of prevent revision of this particular element in the future, since, you know, it's unlikely to get it right the first time around. So thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mal. Follow-up question. Is there any idea when that next or next, when that standardized connector is potentially gonna, you know, be resolved? I know they're working on it, but do you have any idea when that would potentially happen?
So that's a great question. I believe the standard is currently a work in progress. I think it certainly will be within the next year, I believe, since the industry is working on it. But I also want to emphasize, even with the standardization process, it will take some time to kind of integrate the rollout across the industry. So earliest I would say is next year.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I have Michelle, then I have Peter, and then Joshua, and then Tessa, in that order, at least on my screen. Michelle, go ahead.
Hi, just commenting back on the whole demand response issue. When people are at work is when there is the most available electricity on the grid. So a lot of events are now happening in the evenings after 4 p.m. So it's kind of crazy to make a decision like, well, we can't involve with demand response if we do the outlets. That's not, you know, people are showing you why it's not true. But then you have to also remember, if it's workplace, most workplaces are done by 5. So the demand response part is kind of like a non-issue for, you know, the receptacles, because of when the demand responses are called, when the ISO, the ISO calls these events. They're usually in the evening.
Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate that comment. Moving on to Peter.
Yeah, thanks, Enrique. I just wanted to kind of add a plus one to Sven's comment that, you know, there are experts on this call that can speak more to this, but it really seems like the direction that the industry is heading is more towards relying on vehicle telematics to interact with the smart charging capabilities. Vehicles have Wi-Fi or cell embedded in them already. So, you know, in the even via a receptacle, you know, a tenant or a landlord could upgrade to a smart charger, but in the, you know, not so distant future, probably going to be handled on board the EV, kind of regardless of what's downstream. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Joshua, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Enrique. I just wanted to kind of add my perspective to.
Joshua, please introduce yourself, as you weren't here for the introduction of state agency representatives. I appreciate that.
Yeah, Joshua Cunningham, California Air Resources Board Special Advisor on our passenger vehicle electrification programs. Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the discussion on the shifting standards of the connector plugs and the move to NACS by a lot of automakers. You know, we recognize that change is occurring. We're watching that process, recognize that there will be some changes to which plug types the automakers put on their cars going forward. I think we're open, Enrique, to, you know, advice we would give you on how to handle it in the code language, but I'm nervous about making it a very wide open language in the code. You know, the scenario I would not want to happen is if you simply say any plug is allowed, and then a building developer goes and casually buys something that is not a UL listed or a common plug used by any automaker. So maybe there's some language in there that would, say that the plug has to be commonly used by, automotive, battery electric vehicles sold in the United States or something to that effect, so that you're not getting a building developer that's trying to kind of take advantage of a loophole. We can work with you on language if that helps.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Josh. I appreciate that. Tessa?
Hi, Tessa Sanchez from Tesla. I'd be remiss if I didn't pile on as well, support what Mal and Sven and Emily said about the 50% J1772 requirement. We recognize that there, a lot of these announcements happened over the summer after the intervening code was decided on, and we hope that the shift will be taken into consideration. There's not much more than I have to add than what's already been said, but just a little bit more information that the open standard will be called J3400. And the timing, I think that Mal got it right, should be within the year, but it will take time. And that different automakers have committed to different timelines on when they will move to NAS. And lastly, just a point that the NAS connector does now have significant market acceptance, with about 80% of the EV market committed to using the standard going forward.
Okay, thank you so much, Tessa. I appreciate all the insight from the experts out there that have the boots on the ground and have more relevant information. We have been watching it as well, but certainly appreciate, and it's I can hear it's your comment is loud and clear as to that J1772 proposed code change. Timothy, you want to talk, add something?
Yeah, real quick. I was just curious, is this really a Cal Green item? I mean, I try to think of how complex it is, as somebody had mentioned earlier, and if any of the other agencies are well on board with maybe this being an electrical code requirement somehow, and it doesn't belong in Cal Green, because obviously we're going to be working through this for a long time, it appears, or maybe we won't get anywhere. It's hard to say. Anyway, that's just my comment.
Yeah, thank you, Timothy. Yeah, I think it's pretty well in Cal Green. It's already been codified by HCD, and this is the appropriate place when we're talking about EV charging and the required connectors and configuration. So, but yeah, that's it's a food for thought. Thank you, Timothy, for that. Eric?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Actually, I'd like to echo Tim's concerns. These are fairly specific technical requirements that as an architect, I'd be looking into the electrical code or other standards outside of Cal Green code. And so I'd be interested in Joshua's perspective on the changing standards that were mentioned and whether or not they typically align with the schedule for code adoption in Cal Green. You know, we do it every 18 months, so there's opportunity there. But this to me doesn't feel like a requirement that belongs in Cal Green. It feels like it belongs in an electrical code. Be interested to your input on that, though.
Yeah, Enrique, can I jump in?
Sure, Joshua, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the dynamic is that in the Cal Green codes where we have installed EVSE, you know, as Enrique noted, there's a plug standard. Ideally, there will be a common plug that everybody uses so that when a building developer who doesn't know much about the vehicle market, it's just easy. They go and buy a charger that has that plug with it. Up until this, up until this year, the J1772 plug was for level 1, level 2 power was the agreed upon standard. The NACS, North American Charging Standard, is an emerging, one that's going to be used by many automakers, likely if the SAE standard process, follows through. We recognize that's a shift, but not all automakers are going to be using it, and that will not be the plug that's on any car up to this point that's already in the market, the million EVs that are driving around. So we would not support having only the NACS written into code for buildings, but we would be open to having some kind of general language that we can help Enrique and Mitchell's team on, that would make it more flexible for building developers to install a plug that maybe their tenants prefer. But I don't want it to be very open-ended where a building developer can just go pick any one off the internet that doesn't meet any car. So that's the risk I'm trying to avoid, but recognize that there's a shift happening in the auto market. Does that help, Eric?
Well, to a certain extent, I would support standardization within Title 24. I think the more detailed question is whether or not that's in the electrical code or in Cal Green code. And my argument is, my current thought on that is that it's more of an electrical code requirement, not a Cal Green code requirement.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you both, Joshua. Appreciate it. Any other comments regarding this item? Do we have anybody on Zoom or on YouTube? Mitchell's already spoken. Bryce?
Yes, Sven first.
No, I don't see Sven. Sven, are you out there? I don't see you on my queue here. Oh,
Yeah. Sorry. I just want to, can we go back to, for example, in the just basis on single family dwellings where it's EV capable, where the homeowner gets to pick what sort of EVS they get installed. And I think this is really taking away power and the desire from the developer and the tenant to what they want. I would be very sad as somebody who rents stuff to not be able to serve my client as to what they want. And again, as we said, this is evolving. To me, this is so clearly a market function that gets to decide versus a regulatory issue. Yeah, I have a Tesla. And second of all, already the majority of EVs in California follow the NACS standard. There's more Teslas than anybody else is out there. Okay, so we're already over vehicle-wise to the NACS standard. And there's adapters for going NACS to J1772 and vice versa. So please, let's not waste code time on a market-driven feature. And especially as somebody who owns stuff that leases it out, we want to serve the client. And so we want to give them what they want versus, well, I can just see, yep, Sacramento made us required us to put in these X number J72 and X number J340s, and that's not what the client wants.
Yeah, thank you, Sven. Your point is well made, along with Emily, Mel, and Tessa. So thank you. We'll take that under advisement. Is it Bryce? Bryce and then Mitchell.
Enrique, real quick, I actually have had my hand up quite some time and didn't get to speak. I heard you say that I had already given my comment. So just want to jump in real quick. Mitchell Baker with HCD. So there were some great comments from Carv and Joshua and his team, and I definitely want to reiterate that the current standard is the J1772. There's this emerging connector that will likely in the future come, but we can't base a prescriptive standard on something that will likely or may likely occur. And so we know today J1772 is that universal standard. And then just to kind of piggyback on Joshua's comments, we don't want to create a situation where it's broadly open for the type of connectors that may be used. That prescription is really critical and important to provide assurance to that EV user that they can connect, that they have the appropriate adapter or cord set to connect to the respective receptacle on site. So we need to assure whether it, to Eric Drever's comment, whether it's in the electrical code or within Cal Green, it definitely needs to be there. And we just have found that the existing tool is Cal Green from a residential occupancy standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitchell, for that comment. Appreciate it. Bryce and then Mel.
Okay. The problem is that you're trying to do with the building code, a time of construction code, the impossible, which is to predict the future. There's a really simple principle that every tenant who has an EV should be able to charge it. The closest you can get to that with the building code is to put one of those 3 plugs in, because the tenant can then buy the appropriate adapter. But the real principle should be every tenant can charge any car. And I encourage you to find a way to do that, even if it requires additional legislation outside of the building code. You're using the wrong tool. And that's why this code section is so complex, so hard to read. And I do work on the ground with builders and construction people and electricians all the time. I'm having trouble reading this. I know that they're not going to read this. I think that's an overall comment. This whole section is about 5 to 10 times too long. That off my chest. Could you scroll down to the next section, which is that table? Are we there yet?
No.
Okay, great. Then I'll be back.
Okay, thanks, Bryce. Mel.
Thanks. I just wanted to make a quick comment in response to Mitchell's point, which I think is well taken, about the need for standardization to kind of minimize confusion and ensure that, you know, whatever the connectors that end up being installed have some sort of consistency. I would just point out that in this provision currently, because it says at least 50% shall be equipped with the J1772, it does leave that door open for non-standardized connectors just because of how the language is defined. And so I think the best way to resolve that would be clarity that an SAE certified or standardized connector is acceptable, regardless of, you know, ongoing standardization processes and when that takes place. So just kind of leaving the door open for those future developments without being overly prescriptive addresses the issue that I think Mitchell had identified.
Okay, thank you, Mel, for that comment. Gary, you're up.
Yeah, I wanted to also agree that while this whole charging connector type is in a transition, you know, time, that the code really shouldn't be dictating percentages of types, and it should just dictate basic requirements and let property owners and their consultants, you know, come up with their best answer as to what to install. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. It looks like no more raised hands. Okay, great. So great discussion. I appreciate everybody's input. With that, we are going to be moving on to agenda item 4D. So let me minimize that and bring on the next item. So agenda item 4D. There we go. Okay. And we're doing pretty good on time. It's 11:24. We're gonna take a lunch break at noon. And so yeah, we're going through these pretty good. I appreciate everybody's input. Moving on to agenda item 4D. BSC is proposing to add 2 new code sections, 5.106.5.3.2.41 and related section 5106.5.3.6.3 for raceway capacity requirements. The proposal would allow for future proofing of existing low power level 2 receptacles with 208/240 volt 20 amp branch circuits to be easily upgraded to a level 2 receptacles. This allows for future upgrades to the electrical conductors serving low power level 2 charging receptacles. A listed raceway shall be provided with the capability of accommodating a dedicated 208, 240 volt 40 amp branch circuit. This proposed amendment will align with HCD's current voluntary proposal during the 2024 triennial code adoption cycle found in code section A4.106.8.2 for new.
Really feel like doing this, but I think I should take a bath.
Please mute yourself, folks. Thank you. Section A4.106.8.2, new family multifamily dwellings. While HCD's proposal is voluntary, BSC is proposing it as mandatory. This proposed change also maintains consistency for both residential and non-residential occupancies and provides clarity for the code users and the regulated community. Whew. Okay, so basically BSC's proposal, as mentioned in there, and we've kept the original codified language just so you folks can follow with what's currently codified. So we'll just concentrate on the underline and any strikeout. But basically, the proposal is would be under this section for EV capable. It's basically a subsection underneath 5.3.1. And we've talked about receptacle configurations and EV connectors. So for consistency, those have been added to this document, although we've already discussed those. So sequentially, what we're talking about is renumbering some of those, the DCFC installations and low power. And under the low power, we're adding a subsection that is pertaining to raceway capacity requirements. This is to allow for future upgrades to electrical conductors serving low power level 2 charging receptacles. A listed raceway shall be provided with the capability of accommodating a dedicated 208, 240 volt 4 ampere branch circuit. So this was done as a result of comments received during 45-day for our last intervening code adoption cycle. And we heard a lot during the workshops as well as folks wanting to future-proof the basically the low power level 2, to allow for future upgrading of those. So that is basically the proposed code change. Does anybody have any comments pertaining to this proposed amendment? Now this, like I said, this will also align with HCD's voluntary, although BSC is proposing it as mandatory. I'd entertain any questions pertaining to this proposal. James?
Thank you for addressing our comment.
You're welcome. Anybody else want to comment on this? Okay, Bryce?
Yeah, awesome. Of course, your conduit pipe is the cheapest thing in your entire inventory. And the difference in cost between a 1-inch conduit pipe and a 1/2-inch conduit pipe is rounded to the nearest percent, 0. But you can also write this code section way shorter. Get rid of about 100% of the words here and just say minimum 1-inch conduit to each parking spot. Done. That's all you need.
Yeah, I don't think it's just pertaining to the conduit though, Bryce. I think it's also the capacity for the panel capacity. It's just a larger conduit size.
I'm nervous that the language doesn't say anything about the conductor being capable of 40 amps. So we'll probably provide you a written comment to reinforce the language a little bit more.
Yeah, that's fine. If you guys have any suggestions, certainly please provide those. This is something I'd like to coordinate with HCD. So maybe address it to both if you see it appropriate. But I see Mitchell first, and then Simon, if that's okay.
Yeah, just want to mention this is not specific to conduit, but raceways. Raceways come in different shapes and sizes. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Mitchell, for that clarification. Simon, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I have a comment regarding the ALMS, the automatic load management system. I don't know if it's a good time to mention my comment about that.
Yeah, so Simon, maybe like that's not a proposed, something that we're proposing to amend this triennial code adoption cycle. So maybe we can have an offline and then we can maybe discuss what you were thinking on that. And certainly we're still early on in the process, right? This is our first workshop. So maybe we can discuss that and see exactly what it is you were proposing.
Sure, MK. I'll take it offline and connect with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Unless you see the need to get input from the work group right now, you can also talk about it. It's up to you. It's just not a proposed code change. That's all I was trying to say.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe I'll just briefly mention it. I think the ALMS is a term being mentioned using the National Electrical Code 2020. And when I look up the 2023 NEC code, they do not use that term automatic load management system anymore in the 2023 NEC code.
Okay.
Instead, they refers to energy management system, EMS. So yeah, so you might want to consider that and maybe update the terms. So
I see. So NEC does no longer uses ALMS. They use an energy system. So it's something that we may want to consider to amend the terminologies to be consistent with the National Electrical Code that we adopt in California.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you, Simon. I appreciate that. I see Bryce and then Christina. Bryce,
Okay.
go ahead.
I think you have a representative on this call from one of the electrical trades. And I would say that this section could be written in a way that could be understood by the electricians much better, in particular by dividing it into the various segments from the vehicle to the panel, the raceway. I think we all have the same intent, but right now it reads to me as word salad, and I'm an electrician, I'm an electrical engineer, and it's kind of hard to follow. Later, when you want to talk about load management systems, I've got one, and I'm happy to act as a subject matter expert for anybody on this call who needs it.
Okay, thank you, Bryce. Appreciate it. Christina, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Christina Marquez with IBEW Local 569, the electrical workers. So I'm a low voltage electrician. I can't speak for the electricians. Maybe Jason can, as he's an inside journeyman, I believe. But I do know much about the language, and I don't know if there's another section that includes specifying that licensed C10 electrical contractors with general electricians with EVITP certifications are required. And I don't know if I'm in the wrong section for that. I haven't seen, this is my first meeting with this, but I know that's missing. And then pertaining to the language on this, yeah, it seems a little convoluted. It could just be, I may have language that I could submit, and I can just I can look right now, but I think, yeah, we can probably get rid of some of this stuff here.
Yeah, so just so everybody knows, the intent is we currently have codified the allowance of low power level 2 charging receptacles that use a 20 amp branch circuit. This proposal is to, if you're going to install a low power level 2 receptacle, that you upsize the conductors for a 40 amp. That's all that this is trying to do. So if there's an easier way to write this, and we entertain any proposals. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Christina.
Thank you.
Emily.
Thank you. Yes, I would just say that we are supportive of doing this future proofing code change to decrease the costs that a building would bear if it were to choose to upgrade a low power level 2 wiring to full power level 2 in the future. I mean, in fact, more broadly speaking, outside the context of just this very specific code change, we have concerns generally about setting low power level 2 as the standard for the building code, because we understand that, that does not meet sort of the level of charging performance that a lot of residents would like to have. And, also is sort of limits the opportunities for a lot of for building owners to use a lot of the types of charging systems that are able to serve their residents, and so then would require substantial retrofits in the future to upgrade those systems. At a minimum, improving the preparation of these systems through this proposed code change would limit those upgrade costs in the future, although it doesn't go all the way to addressing our concerns about low power level 2.
Yeah, thank you for that, Emily. So just for clarification, the installation of low power level 2 is an allowance, but it would require 2 low power level 2s to comply with 1 EV capable space requirement, which is a 40 amp. So it's just an allowance, and it's not necessarily the code. You know what I'm saying? It's allowed, but not prescribed.
It's the minimum.
You're allowed to use 2 low power level 2s for 1 EV capable space. It's just an option, but we do have all the other options there as well, the DCFCs and level 2s. But yeah, thank you for that comment. Dennis, go ahead.
This is Dennis Corellis with the EVCAC. When we're totally finished with this item, I have one suggestion for consideration by HCD, and I will then wait, and I'd like to come back when we're all done with this item.
Yeah, Dennis, you'll have the opportunity for HCD. Their agenda items are at the end.
Okay.
So you'll have an opportunity to talk about HCD's proposals. Thank
All
you
right.
for that.
I will hold that for that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Sven, you're up.
Thank you. I just want to say more is better. More access to low power charging is better than having to fight over a few vehicles at 40 amps, a few chargers at 40 amps. Multiple businesses have had this problem where they have actually reduced their amperage to increase the number of chargers. So low power level 2 is good. And again, this is base such that if a developer wants to put in 40 amps, there's nothing stopping them from doing so. Second of all, when we have an effect, when we mandate something like 40 amperages across the board, because that means the drop line to the site has to be bigger. There might need to be more transformers. We need to then trigger the need for more transmission lines. It all rolls up, and we are smart enough to do with the 20 amps is good enough for workplace residential charging to be able to supply more than your typical commute. Both Peninsula Clean Energy and I think Silicon Valley Clean Energy as well have done studies on commute patterns, and this is more than enough electricity, energy, and power to supply those vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. I'm moving on to who was first? Was it James, Emily, or Brian?
Bryce.
Okay, Bryce, go ahead.
Okay, well, since Sven brought the topic up, here we go on the low power versus high power, because I think that's a core thing. If you had a couple of big picture topics that you have to work out that then inform the context of the rest of the regulations, this would be one of them. So I'm an EV owner, owned an EV since the Nissan Leaf 2011. I have charged in many places. I have many apartment clients. I speak to many apartment residents. And I have looked at the California duck curve as well. Slower charging is kinder on the battery. It allows you to take advantage of time of use rates. It's a better match for the grid overall. I strongly support the notion that the most convenient tenant amenity, thus the one that'll drive EV adoption the most, is to be able to drive home, park in your spot, hook up the car, and forget it. The trend towards faster chargers tends to lead apartment owners to say, well, I've only got capacity for the minimum number of chargers, and so there'll be shared chargers. That means you as a tenant have to drive home, plug in if the spots is available, and then when you're done charging, unplug and move somewhere else. I think that what we should be looking at is a standard of 100% access to EV charging in your reserved parking spot at your multifamily dwelling. I'd like to quickly show everyone, for context, the duck curve, just because I think there may be people on this grid that don't know that. Let's see if I can share that out. If you could unshare for just a second. And we'll get our duck curve here. If you take a look at this curve, and again, I'm sorry for everybody who already knows this, but California, due to the regulations regarding solar, is essentially generating excess electricity from about 10 or 11 a.m. until about 4 p.m. to the point where the grid is stressed by all that extra solar electricity. And then as the sun goes down at 4 or 5 p.m. and people come home and start cooking and turning on their heaters, the grid is stressed with a peak at around 8 p.m. So when we want to be charging our EVs is right here in the middle of this duck. It's called the duck curve because it looks kind of like a duck. So we need to have EV charging where people's EVs are from around 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., be that at home or at work. So thank you.
Thank you, Bryce, for sharing that. Appreciate it. Okay, moving on to, I see James. Is that he up next?
Yes.
Yes,
Go
thank you.
ahead, James.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
For the language we were intending to influence was not challenging the upstream capacity. We were just suggesting that the conductor size itself between the branch circuit panel and the charging location be 40 amps ready. And then the upstream capacity gets impacted later if you change the end equipment from something other than its original design size at 20. So this is just a future proof of the conductors that are pulled at the first construction. Thank you.
Thank you, James, for that clarification. I appreciate it. Moving on to Emily.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll address some of the higher level comments that were made regarding the merits of low power level 2 versus full power level 2. And Bryce, I would really agree with your kind of aspirational kind of standard of having 100% access for residents, and with the principle that residents should not have to move their vehicles around and have them competing over a limited number of chargers on a site. We would absolutely agree that we should be seeking to have every EV owner be able to come home, plug in their vehicle, forget about it, and not have to do anything before they come back and get that vehicle to drive it away the next day. The reason why we have the position that we do with respect to low power level 2 is that when you bake in that very slow charging speed at the limited capacity of low power level 2, it means that vehicles very likely are going to need to use all the time, all that dwell time that they have parked in order to reach the level of charge that they need to. Obviously, there's some variability with that regarding, how much, state of charge they have when they get in, and a lot of people may not be using the full charging capacity of their vehicle every day because they're just driving a few miles. But let's say people have long commutes and they do actually need to charge a significant number of miles. That will be true of some percentage of residents. Then there is going to be very limited opportunity for actually leveraging the dwell time of those vehicles to use load management to put in a system that can serve that maximum number of residents on the site within the existing power capacity of the building. So let's say if you say everyone has low power level 2, then they're all going to need to be kind of charging the whole time. And so there's no slack in the system that will allow you to charge up the needs of one vehicle and then shift power over and continue charging the needs of another vehicle or fluctuate that level of charge among the different vehicles to sort of maximize how many vehicles you can serve on that site, which means that if you want to actually have that 100% of vehicles served, you're going to need to have a substantially larger power capacity dedicated to serving all those vehicles. Does that make sense? I'm not an electrician or an electrical engineer, but that's our understanding of sort of what the drawbacks would be of low power level 2 and how it would actually result in fewer residents being served and higher charging costs for serving all the residents in a building.
Emily, are you, I just want to clarify, this is for non-residential occupancies. Is your comment applicable to employees in office buildings or non-residential occupancies? Because you keep
It certainly
saying,
is. Yeah. And
Okay.
sorry for the lack of clarity. I know there's different authorities here.
Yeah, no, I just want to clarify, this is not multifamily. This is, non-residential occupancy, office buildings, things like that.
The principle holds true whenever you're talking about a large number of vehicles in a high density charging setting that have let's say a 8-hour dwell time that they might have at a workplace charging location. If you have the capacity for 40 amps at each space, you have the ability to conduct load management that would allow you to serve all of those vehicles. That ability would be diminished if they were all at low power level 2.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you, Emily, for that. Michelle, go ahead.
In reply to Emily, when you're designing the building, you design that capacity in so that hopefully you won't need the load management in the future. I'm not sure where you're getting the idea that if it's the full 40 amps that it's going to be any better. The words are not coming.
Michelle, I can provide clarity on that. I think I know what you're saying. So currently the code allows DCFCs, level 2 charging, low power level 2. It also allows the alternative compliance pathway, which is the power allocation method that basically it's all based on power. So there's lots of options to comply with the regulations. And what the low power level 2 does is it provides more level 2 charging, because you'd have to do a 2-to-1 for EV capable. But yeah, we're hearing both. These conversations are great, and thank you for everybody's input. If it's okay, I'd like to move on to Peter. Go ahead.
So yeah, thank you. I just wanted to circle back to an earlier comment about the oversizing the conduit and just say that I really agree with that. It's a low cost future proofing that's very important. And while I'm all in favor of simplifying the code, I did just want to mention that maybe just caution in hard baking a certain diameter of conduit size, because as we're talking about non-residential applications, there may be a long conduit run, there may be a larger branch, there may be a larger line circuit coming out that branches off the different EVs, and so it may not just be a one size fits all where 1 inch is always the right answer. So I think making sure that we kind of focus on getting the certain amount of future-proofed amperage or a larger wire all the way to each charger in the future is kind of the important end goal. Thanks.
Thank you, Peter. Sven, you have the floor.
I apologize. When we talk about charge rates, I think it's important to be aware of actual driver behavior, in that we have roughly 1/3 of California's EV drivers, oh my God, doing something terribly wrong, obviously, because they're charging out of a regular 120 volt receptacle. So they're charging it around 3 or 4, 5 miles an hour, and that is more than sufficient. When new EV drivers ask me if I should spend $3,000 or $4,000, if they should spend $3,000 or $4,000 to update their residential charging from level 1, I say give it 6 months. And if you feel like you're overshooting that driving pattern of not getting 20, 30 miles per night, then yeah, you should investigate installing a higher power charger. But otherwise, level 1 works just as well. So when we're upgrading actually to low power level 2, this is fantastic. And I think what everybody wants, the most important thing is access to more charging versus the power. So as a lot of us have said, 20 is good, is great. More access would be better. If we're going to change anything, more access would be better.
Thank you, Sven. Appreciate the comment. Anybody else? I don't see any raised hands. How are we doing? Good? Okay, time check. It is 11:50. Oh, one more hand. Oh, Jonathan, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. John Hart with PowerFlex. Wanted to address some of the comments made about load management systems. Really agree with what Emily, I believe it was with Eversource. Sorry, I forgot the company, but a few minutes ago, what Emily was saying. So our company, we provide automated load management at all of our sites. We in the past pushed for being able to have ALMS in the code, which it is now. With non-residential sites, we're allowed to size the panel space at 3.3 kW rather than the full 6.7 kW. For level 2 chargers for our sites or for our EVSE that are using ALMS, which is every single one of them. So as a result, we're able to accomplish kind of what both sides are talking about with low power level 2 or high power level 2. And my point here is not necessarily advertise what we're doing, but really to point to the importance of ALMS and allowing this in the code. That we're able to put in more chargers with less space. We're able to manage, we're able to go up to the full 40 amps when needed, or we're able to throttle down power. And you're able to meet the needs of either having a lot of cars plugged in at the same time and managing that, or having just a few in and giving them full power. My point here is for BSC and DSA, one code change we would like to push for is allowing EV capable spaces to have the panel size sized at 3.3 kW rather than 6.7. Right now, we're allowed to do that only when we're installing an actual EVSE, but not when it's just EV capable. So we would like to see the EV capable spaces also being able to downsize the panel space for future EVSE that will be installed. I know in the past there's been a concern of, well, what if they don't end up doing ALM in the future? Well, I think if in that case, they would either need to go back in and upsize everything, which would be really expensive, or they're just required to do ALM as they originally had planned to do. But that's one code change we'd like to see. Also, I know it's not HCD's turn yet, but I have some ALMS comments later when HCD is having their section as well.
Thank you, Jonathan, for that comment. Bryce, go ahead.
I think that the way this will happen in many real buildings on the commercial side and on the residential side is that initially there'll only be a couple of charging stations and you won't need ALMS. But as the number goes up, you'll need more and more. And I want everyone to be really cognizant that our buildings tend to last, our commercial buildings tend to last 30-ish years, and our residential buildings 50 to 100 years. And we look at the EV adoption requirements and the fact that 25% of EVs sold in the last quarter, 25% of vehicles sold in California in the last quarter were EVs. And we really have to be looking forward to that world where 80, 90, or 100% of the spots have an EV charger. And I think that a much simpler regulatory approach is to regulate the kilowatt hour delivery over the dwell time. That was a lot. But imagine you have a commercial occupancy where people go and work for 8 hours. So you've got 8 hours in the middle of the day when you're delivering electricity. So you can deliver a certain number of kilowatt hours over that 8-hour period over your 100 parking spots. And that should be the standard. For residential occupancies, it'll be a little different because some of your hours are during the bad part of that duck curve when you don't want people charging. So you'll have the same number, you'll have more hours, but less kilowatt hour delivery potential. And that's a simpler way to regulate all this. So you can remove a lot of the words out of this code. And again, they'll probably start without an EBEMS, without an energy management system, but add it once the number of spots gets too high. And I think that's just fine.
Thank you for that comment. Jonathan, go ahead.
Yes, just to address that, what we're seeing in the field is kind of the opposite of what Bryce was saying. Customers are not saying, let's install just a few and see if we need to do more in the future. We typically install much more than what they might actually need right now. They might say we have 10 employees driving EVs, and so we'll say, okay, we can install 60 and that'll get you ready for the future. And being able to do so under the existing electrical infrastructure, meaning no upgrades, that's pretty attractive. So at all of our sites, we're going in, and this is not just us, this is several or many other companies doing this as well, are going in with the intent of ALM being able to provide for future drivers. And we've seen that very attractive to businesses as they're then able to offer that to their employees and say, we have these EV chargers available now. They ended up building it, and now the drivers are coming. And so anyway, that's where I would want to see codes going, is allowing and kind of pushing for being able to build out those chargers, especially with new build when it's least expensive at the very initial part of the building, getting as many chargers out as you can with flexibility that they can go down to lower power levels, or they can provide the higher power if or when needed.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan, for that. Mal?
Yeah, I just wanted to echo the comments of both Emily and Jonathan on this issue. I think the key word to keep in mind here is flexibility, right? So, you know, while at this early stage of EV adoption, we're seeing kind of lower potentially levels of power accommodate folks who are early adopters of EVs. I think as EVs kind of trickle to folks that maybe have less flexibility, less dwell time at a parking spot for, you know, let's just say workplace charging, then using the full 40 amp capacity for chargers, and then allowing load management to kind of manage power and share to accommodate a greater number of drivers, I think makes more sense because the trends that we've seen now is that actually better serves drivers, right? Because you're able to get the charge that you need in a lower amount of time if your dwell time is lower. But then if you do have a larger number of drivers using, let's say, a set of workplace chargers simultaneously, then load management can do a better job of kind of intelligently responding to both what the needs of the grid are and also what the needs of individual drivers are. So I know that this conversation has expanded a bit beyond the actual code language here being proposed, but I look forward to submitting more written comments on this issue because I think it's important to get it right as the industry again is changing over time, and ChargePoint's customers in particular are going with a more intelligent and management solution to address that.
Thank you, Mel. I'm gonna entertain Michelle Pierce, and then we're gonna move to a break for lunch. Go ahead, Michelle.
Hi, sorry, I just want to be the voice of common sense. These are codes. These are instructions for buildings that are not built yet. Why would you build ALMS into a building that's not been built yet? you design for, what's happening. What's happening is EVs are the future. The people that want LMS are usually the ones that work for ALMS. Those of us that don't want to have to pay a third party. I know I keep going back to residential, but even commercial. What happens when that third party decides they want to go bankrupt? Who's going to be running the ALMS then? These are codes for buildings that are not built yet, not designed yet. Build it to the code for the maximum amount of access, like Sven said. That way you design into the architecture, into the size of the transformers, the size of the wires. You design it into the building and not have to worry about ALMS in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Michelle, for that comment. Emily, can you make it super quick? And then we're gonna go to break.
I'll do my best. So just really briefly in response, the reason why it is important to think about this, even with new construction, is that if you're not taking into account the efficiencies and power use that can be achieved, the efficiency and the use of a given power capacity that can be achieved by using ALMS when you build that building, you're going to have to massively oversize that system and ask for power upgrades from the utility and grid capacity increases. And we already know that our power grid is going to be strained by the dramatic increase in EV charging that's going to occur over the coming decades. And so if we can limit what those upgrades need to be by a factor of 2, a factor of 3 or 4, why would we not do that? Those investments in grid capacity upgrades are going to come at the expense of ratepayers. And so it actually does come out of individuals' pocketbooks at the end of the day if we are not efficiently using our power capacity.
All right, thank you, Emily, for that. Okay, at this point, we are going on break. Can we do an hour break or 45 minutes?
You can do whatever you want.
What do you folks think? 45 minutes is enough?
Yes, please.
Yes, okay, 45 minutes, let's do it, 45 minutes. We will be back, let's say at 12:50, gives us 48. 12:50, we'll get back online. Thank you very much, everybody, for this very productive workshop. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. See you soon.
Put a little lunchy sign up.
Where is my video?
Could I take a quick poll as to see how many people on this call have electric vehicles? If this is okay, if you have an electric vehicle, would you raise your hand?
Four wheels or two wheels?
Both is good. Electric bikes count because that really displaces a, that is one of the amazing things is how electric bikes are displacing the need for a second or first car.
How about only a bike, not electric, just,
If you could raise two hands, you get double bonuses.
thank you.
And you'll note the very next code section to the one that we're talking about regulates bike rooms for multifamily residential, but doesn't mention charging at all. I'll be bringing that up as soon as that opportunity presents itself.
Okay, I'm hoping that there's a lot, especially the people with the EVSP employees have EVs. They're not raising their hands, but maybe they missed the request. And it's too hard for me to see all the raised hands. God bless you guys that are. Thank you for our climate, our low-level air pollution, and our international implications of not using fossil fuel such as gasoline.
Hi, everyone. We'll get started in just a moment. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'm on there. This is, yeah. Okay, welcome everybody. Hope you all had a fantastic lunch. Let's get going on, continue with our proposals. Let me see, let me share. Am I sharing already? No. Here we go. We're on item 4. Okay, folks, can everybody see me and the screen? Everything's looking good? Okay. Yeah. I'm not saying anything. Okay, great. So do we have any final comments on agenda item 4D as it pertains to the proposed raceway capacity requirements? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to move on to the next agenda item, which is, did we already do?
Hold on a moment. Right down lower on that same page is a table. Will that table be coming on the agenda?
Hold on. You're talking about that table?
That table.
Yeah, that table is, as a matter of fact, it is a different line item or agenda item. Because this is D. Yeah, we'll be able to discuss that shortly.
Okay. Got it. Wake me up when we get there.
You got it. Okay, so we're moving on to agenda item 4E. It's agenda item 4E, F, and G. Let's see here. So BSC is proposing to amend table 5.106.5.3.1 and table 5.106.5.3.6 by amending column 3 and adding additional footnotes. The specific amendments are as follows. So under agenda item 4E, which is basically to consider amending EV table requirements for parking spaces between 10 and 25 for both mandatory regulations and voluntary measures to require one EVSE in alignment with the Division of the State Architects 2022 Intervening Code Adoption Cycle Amendment. So here's the rationale. I'll go take one at a time. So right now I'm looking at agenda item 4E, and I'll go straight to the proposed code change. Once again, we've shown all of the existing code language, and so we're going to look for underlined text. Okay, so here's the proposed code change. So what this code change does is to align with a DSA where they amended this row to require at least one installed charger between 10 and 25 parking spaces. There's two additional amendments that are related, but I'm going to take one at a time. So this one for 4E, it's specific to basically increasing and requiring one installed charger between 10 and 25. These other proposed code changes I will discuss momentarily, and they're all interconnected. So, but let's discuss specifically the amendment, which is 4E for increasing the requirement in the second row between 10 and 25 actual parking spaces. Does anybody have any comments regarding this proposed change? Go ahead, Bryce.
Okay, looking at that entire column, the way I read that is if I have a 150 unit building, the first 12 lucky people get
Wait. Repeat what you said.
If I have a 150 unit building.
Wait, but let's talk, this is non-residential only, so do not confuse it with multifamily. So talk about actual parking spaces being added as part of a commercial or non-residential construction.
Exactly, sure. If my office has 75, the office that I'm employed at has 75 units, the first
your actual units, you mean parking spaces?
Okay, I'll try to be super precise. How about that?
Yes, thank you.
If the place that I am employed has 75 parking spots,
yes,
I'm reading that as the first 6 people to buy an EV and get grandfathered into parking there every day are the lucky ones. And if I'm employee number 7, I'm out of luck.
No, that's not how this table
works. Then why don't you explain how this is working?
Okay, so for folks that are new to how these tables are intended to be read, or the intent is, so let's say you have, like Bryce is saying, that new building has, as required per the zoning and size of the building and occupancy type, they are required, and they have 75 actual parking spaces as part of that project. The code says that 13 of those 75 spaces have to be EV capable. EV capable meaning 40 amps per space. Of the 13 required EV capable, 6 of those, well, what's currently codified right now is 3. 3 of the 13 have to be installed chargers. They can be, level 2 or DCFCs. So the net capable is 10, and the installed chargers are 3. So that's, and of the 10, we have allowed for the installation of one DCFC to comply with 5 of the EV capable spaces, and one DCFC is allowed to comply with 5 level 2 electric vehicle supply equipment or charging stations. So Bryce, your comment would be for 75 spaces, yeah, you could, this would require no more than 10 EV capable and then 3 installed chargers. But to comply with that, there's lots of methods.
Then I got all the details wrong, but the overall comment is correct. At some point, as EV adoption moves towards 100%, somebody's going to be left out under this code. And my suggestion here is an entirely different standard. I have it up on screen if you want to see it written.
Actually, Bryce, if it's extremely substantive and different than this, perhaps you could share it. How can I say this? We're looking input into our proposed code changes that have been fully vetted in the last cycle. Anything that would deviate dramatically from this would probably require in-depth analysis. But I mean, if you want to discuss it, we could certainly look at it. I'm just kind of, we have 2 more meetings and we have to come to a consensus, or these proposals that we're proposing to amend potentially could go away. So we run the danger of our proposed code changes is what's underlined and highlighted. Anything beyond this, we may not be able to do in 2 workshops. That's all I'm trying to say.
Then my suggestion is that this table have an additional column which specifies the number of parking spots to which empty conduit is placed, and that number be somewhere between 80 and preferably 100%. That's my comment.
Okay.
And that the way to get from that to actual EV chargers is to give the owner either the choice of putting EV equipment at 100% of the spots, or to sign a covenant at the time that they put the building in that says that they will install additional chargers as demand develops. That's my comment.
Yeah, thank you for your comment. You can send that comment in, but the other portion, Bryce, that you may not be aware is we have this method, which is looking at EV capable spaces and then looking at all the options for compliance. The other one is called the power location method. And what this does, it's all based on KVA, and you can have any method of compliance. So the EV may not even come into play because somebody may want to use power as the metric for compliance.
The power allocation method does not require that when you poured that concrete parking lot, which will not be repoured for 50, 60, 75, 80, 100 years, that you put empty conduit in. That's what's missing here. You do not have a chance to go back and repour concrete because it lasts so long.
Well, so Bryce, just to clarify that, we do have, you can install up to 50% is the maximum allowed of EV capable that you can use for the power allocation method. So it's still there and it's 50%, but I'll talk about that, why that percentage changed.
No use.
Yeah. Let me go back. And so I want to take these things right now. Proposed code change is to require one EVSE that could be power, could be level 2 or DCFC to comply with this requirement. We're making it more stringent, basically. So that's what's on the table now for agenda item 4E. And then I'll talk about what these other proposed code changes are separately, but they're related. It's in the same table. So I'm asking, does a group have any objections to requiring one installed charger between 10 and 25 to align with DSA and further promote, the installation of chargers? I see it, Michael, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I don't have any objections to that. This is a completely different issue
Okay, so.
that you can just call me on me later.
Okay, and once again, we're trying to stay with what the state agencies have proposed. If there's code language in here that's not proposed for change, then that's off the table pretty much. I mean, we can discuss it, but that's not what the agency are going to be proposing. Does anybody have any specific objections, support, and or against requiring one installed charger between 10 and 25 parking spaces? Sven?
The only, again, Enrique, I apologize. I have not been following the non-residential closely at all. Again, certainly I would personally advocate that the EV capable was EV ready with a receptacle or ready to go charging, because otherwise the tenants at that building may not actually know that there is availability for EV charging. So we're just like BSC has done away with EV capable. I would encourage, sorry, HCD has done away with EV capable. I would encourage BSC to look at that as well. Thank you. And again, we need to think about who we're serving here, which is generally the employees. We are really the way people charge their vehicles has really left the, oh my God, I only have an 80-mile range Leaf.
Sure.
I have to charge all the time. This is very much focused on employees, long dwell times. So to save money, we don't need higher amperages. The EV capable is 40, the EVSC is 40. We don't really need that. We need more access.
More chargers.
Exactly. Not chargers.
And that's what this is doing is actually now requiring, once again, the installation of a charger where it was not required before. So we're once again making it more restrictive and requiring an actual, charging, electric, equipment between that range. So if nobody has any objections to that, I would like to move on to agenda item 4F, which was to reassess EV charging percentages based on comments received during the 2022 intervening code adoption cycle, which are pre-cycle activities specific to retail and office employee needs using low power level 2. And my question to the group, since we introduced the power allocation method, which gives you total flexibility, is there still a need for looking at dwell times? But I have to say that we did look at that, and we are proposing a proposed change that is specific to hearing what the group mentioned in those pre-cycle activities. BSE is proposing to add footnote number 4, which talks about for office and retail buildings, increase the EVCS by 25% from the number of EVCS shown in column 3, and for 201 and over, which is this column that talks about percentages, increase the calculated number in column 3 by 25%. So in essence, we're singling out office and retail buildings to double up that number, double up basically the number of chargers for those 2 occupancies. So that's that proposal. And so let's see here. And so that was for footnote number 4. And then
You want to comment on that now, or?
yeah, you guys can comment. Yeah, because I'm just thinking about because the other proposal, you'll see what the other proposal is too.
So I'd like to ask a clarifying question here. CSU is obviously a campus environment.
Yes.
And two aspects. One is that we're a state agency, so we don't have any required parking or any parking requirements on any local jurisdictions. What we choose to put there as building operators is what goes in. The other thing is that we don't really have parking lots that are attached to specific building projects. And so I'm trying to understand what the trigger is for installing these EVSE. And just to give an example, Cal State Long Beach has something like 14,000 parking spaces. Having to add 10% of those as EVSE is going to probably cost several $1 million. And it's not clear to me how that works when you have something that's not attached to a specific building project.
So how this works is this is for, for example, this table is for new construction, right? New construction on either whether it's an existing site or a new site. The building is the one that dictates the number of parking spaces required via zoning. So we do have a separate section for additions and alterations, and then DSA has something separate for additions and alterations for public schools and community colleges. We may want to look at that. But in terms of you're talking about what the trigger is for, let's say, university and CS and UC systems. Am I getting to the right? Am I understanding the question?
That's right. Yeah. And so just, if we're talking about, we add a new building, 100,000 square foot building, if we don't add new parking, are we required to upgrade our EVSE under this regulation?
So how this code's supposed to work. So let's say you have a new building on an existing parking lot already built out. The affected parking spaces would be whatever. Yours is separate because I don't know how you guys deal with. You don't have zoning. You guys basically control that. So yours is a little different. But let's say it was a local jurisdiction. They're putting in a 5,000 square foot building. That building is an office building. Zoning says it requires, let's say, 100 parking spaces, and there's 200 on site. They'd have to look at that 100 would be applicable to that new building. So whether it's an existing site or
and that's clear. That's clear to me. But the thing I'm trying to get at is if we are not expanding, adding new parking.
Okay.
In conjunction with,
you would use the existing parking to comply with that new building. That's how it would be at the local level.
I understand that, but again, we aren't regulated by that.
Yeah. So I mean, if you were following Cal Green and you guys follow what's under BSC and the CG banner, then that's how we would. If you call us up, that's what we would tell you. That new building is going to dictate a certain number of parking spaces, whether they're there or not, and that's the number you would use in this table, if that makes it clear.
It doesn't. I'm sorry, because we don't have a metric. Every campus has a different parking spaces per square foot, a different parking spaces per student. There is no single metric and we don't have. We don't expand when we expand enrollment. We don't expand parking necessarily. When we add new instructional space, we don't add new parking spaces. We don't tend to really add new parking spaces to begin with.
Yeah,
and
so you guys are self-regulating in that sense. So if it was a local building department, they'd probably make you do what we're saying, which is the intent is a new building triggers a certain number of parking spaces, whether they're there or not, and use that to use in this table. It may be your policy that if you're not adding a new building, but not increasing the parking area, and you don't, you guys are self-regulating, so it's a little different, like you're on your own building department or your own jurisdiction. And so it's you're in a little bit of a, tricky spot.
Enrique, this is
Sure.
Eric Huber. Can I?
Go ahead, Eric.
maybe
Yeah.
chime in?
Yeah.
So specifically DSA as I mentioned, does not have authority over CSUs and UCs, but the model is similar in certain respects. And as you're describing it, it is similar to K-12 and community colleges. Buildings are built all the time on a new campus. DSA triggers in our EV requirements, a new building would not trigger the addition of charging. It is purely triggered on parking. So if you have an increased need on site for additional parking, that would trigger additional chargers to be installed, whether it's capable or with EVSE. Additionally, as that you will see in the 2022 supplement, that we have also included, and again, this doesn't necessarily apply to CSU and UCs, under DSA separate sections, we've actually included some triggers for alterations. They're major alterations, but alterations nonetheless to parking facilities. And in some instances, if you're altering a building that has a panel that's feeding that parking facility and upgrading that panel, then there might be a requirement to add EV charging in that instance as well. So as you develop your policies, you're certainly welcome to look at the regulations as DSA has developed them, because the model is similar.
I really appreciate that, Eric. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Eric. Jonathan, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I'm trying to understand the 25% for office and retail buildings. Could I maybe just use a few quick examples just to make sure I'm understanding this right? So looking at column C, the number of EVCS, would that mean then it would essentially be, instead of 50% of EV capable spaces, 75% of EV capable spaces? Is that what you're proposing?
Yeah, so, okay, so once again, there's three proposals here. One proposal is to add a 1 between 10 and 25. I think everybody agrees with that proposal. It's installing more chargers, which is what we're wanting.
Right.
That's 4E. F is specific to footnote number 4, and that's to address comments received regarding office and retail spaces requiring more chargers. And that's the amendment proposed for footnote number 4.
Right, so that's, sorry, keep going. I don't want to cut you off.
Okay, so that's basically that's the proposal for footnote number 4. The third proposal, which is G is, instead of, at one time we were considering repealing EV capable in favor of installed chargers, but what we would like to entertain is that instead of trying to wipe out all the EV capables, it might be difficult to do, since we also have the power location method, would be to shift, in essence, double the installed chargers while maintaining the capable spaces. So in essence, it would be like a 50-50, 50 EV capable, 50 installed chargers. So that's what we're proposing. Gradually shift from capable to actually installed chargers. So maybe the next iteration of the codes, we go to 75% and eventually 100%. So that's our thought process, by, in essence, doubling and taking away from capable and requiring more installed chargers. So in this case, between 51 and 75, it used to be 10 and 3. If this proposal is favorable, then it would be 7 and 6, more of a 50-50, with the intent of moving to 100%, but not all at once, not this, proposed code cycle. Is that clear to everybody?
Sorry, so then specifically on the 4F, the footnote number 4.
Yes.
So that would increase.
We're gonna increase, this number increased it by 25% because we've already doubled it. See, that's why they're all interrelated, because now if we double it, then we're still wanting to go beyond, for those occupancies further than 4, it would be like 6 or something.
Okay, so you've already doubled it, but then you're adding on an additional 25%.
Let's say this is now 50-50 for office buildings and retail buildings. It would be more like 25-75 would be the ratio.
Okay, so does that mean then the number of EV capable spaces decreases for
Yes.
those office and retail?
Correct.
Okay, so
yes, as this number goes up, it's being taken from this number. So as we get to, for office and retail buildings, this would be, for example, might be 10, and here would be 7, shifting away from capable into installed chargers.
So one suggestion then
go ahead.
would
One more
be
thing. The reason, sorry, hold on. The reason that this number changes to 50 is because, once again, for when you use the percentage, you basically it's going to be like 50 of the 20%. So more installed chargers, if that makes sense.
Yes, I would ask that maybe there's another table or something for office and retail, or an example provided. The text given, at least to me, is not very clear that when you increase the percentage of EV charging, the EVCS, the actual chargers there, that the number of EV capable would go down as a result.
That's already a given. Anybody that's looked at this code, because we say right here, the number required capable in column 3 count towards the total number of EV capable spaces in shown in column 2. So that's already a given. This gets deducted from that. And all we're saying is for those 2 occupancies, increase this number by 25%. And this does that make sense?
Yes, I believe so. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's how that table works. Now, this goes in lockstep with the power location method. So introducing another table specific to those occupancies, we're trying to keep this as simple as possible and not create more confusion than what it already is by just simply requiring a higher percentage in addition to the already doubled doubled up requirement specific to those occupancies. Jonathan? Go ahead.
Sorry, my hand was not up.
Oh, okay. It shows, okay. Dennis, go ahead.
Thank you, Enrique. Just a comment. I agree with the prior commenter who suggested perhaps this table needs another column too, because you have to go down into this footnote and do some math and do the rounding issues. So if possible, if you could just give someone a number that they can find without doing a lot of calculations, that would be preferred.
That's what I was going to suggest.
Okay,
This is Raymer.
okay, so let's say we maybe we do we can look into adding a third column that's specific to office and retail buildings.
Right.
It shows a 25% built in.
Right.
Then there's no math to do, and it's pretty clear what you got to do.
Well, we all and Dennis, we have footnote number 1 that says round up to the nearest whole number. So
I understand that, yeah. But again, sometimes people don't read the whole thing.
Yeah. I hope they're reading the code.
I hope so, but prior experiences otherwise on that.
Yeah.
And then I have a comment, a question from Michael Clemson with CSU. I used to work with the seismic review board there, and doesn't the system architect designate each campus architect as kind of like the local building department for implementing system-wide policies? And you could establish a system-wide policy, and then each campus would implement it. And I'll take Mike's comment.
I mean, that is correct. CSU is its own building authority. The thing I'm concerned about, though, is that we still have to follow, obviously, building code. It's just that our planners and architects are able to interpret that. And that's the part that I'm having trouble with, is that I don't think this is clear about what a campus environment, especially a campus environment that's not subject to local parking regulations like CSU is. I don't think that's, and granted, we're an edge case. This is not a thing that many agencies, many organizations are going to have to deal with. But I don't think it's clear as to how we would deal with this as far as, especially around building new buildings.
Yeah.
Normally,
just so you know, go ahead.
Normally, if you're building more parking, that parking is new construction and you comply
Of
with
course.
the code. If you're saying, well, I'm building this 1,000 square foot classroom complex, but I've got existing parking, then that's not driven by the code. You may choose to put charging and alter that existing parking, but you wouldn't be forced to do that. It becomes more of a programmatic decision for you, I think.
Well, one of the reasons that we're having this discussion at CSU is because one of our consultant architects came to one of our campuses and was basically like, you're building this new building, you need to count all of the parking on your campus as attached to that building. And so I know, I get it. And then basically said you need to, like, put in hundreds of EV ready and EV capable spaces, in addition to the charger heads. So
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's a new-ish requirement, but it is something that we've run into problems with, and I'm just trying to make sure we can get it clarified.
Yeah, Michael, if I can, let me add some clarity to that. We do have a guide where we specifically talk about the requirements for new building on a new site and a new building on an existing site. And we give clarity there as to what the intent of the code is. So you may want to go look at our guide. It's available online. But we do get questions. We just fielded a question specifically regarding this misunderstanding that, if you have a new building and there's already 200 parking spaces, that those 200 parking spaces have to be used. And we've clarified that it's for local jurisdictions, it's that new building requires a certain number of parking spaces based on the local zoning. Use that number in the existing parking spaces that are available. You may have to add some, but that's what you use. It's not just everything that's there. It's what's required.
Yeah. No, I know he was wrong.
Yeah.
So it's just, I don't want this to be something that even if the person's wrong, I don't want it to be something that our campuses are sent and then they get sticker shock and start freaking out, and then we have to clean it up.
Right. We have guidance in our guide, so you may want to look at that.
Okay, I will check that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Timothy, you got a comment?
Yeah, I was going to say about this column, this footnote 4. We will be providing an example in our guide, and if that's not good enough, we can maybe entertain a 4th column, and we can still talk about this during the next EV workshops. But I think this is straightforward. People do have to read the code, so that's what we can just count on. And the math isn't that difficult. We just have to make sure people follow through with it, and we are going to be putting an example in the guide. So I just wanted to reinforce what you were going to say there, Enrique. So thanks.
Thank you, Timothy. The other thing we need to consider is, this similar amendment occurs in the EV capable table. And then if I can move on to the power allocation method. So these power allocation method and EV capable tables are supposed to be basically, it's one or the other. So we have to be very careful that we're being equitable with each one. So in an effort to do that, in the power allocation method, we are adding footnote number 5 that is basically allowing the same, requiring 5% more installed chargers for those 2 occupancies. So if we are going to introduce another table, we will do the same for power allocation method. Does that make sense? And then in here, for the power allocation method, we had a requirement for 75% maximum to be utilized for capable. That changes to 50 as we shift basically more into the installed charger. So that the 75% goes to 50. Brittany, you have a comment?
I had mine up too.
Yeah,
Okay.
James was first.
Okay,
Yeah.
go James.
Thank you. That's fine. My comment actually reinforces a comment we made on paper a while back about making tables like this easier to read. Enrique, if you could scroll back to the
Sure.
space table.
Yeah.
We understand you guys are all professional code people, and therefore it's kind of gets built in that the math that you do in your head, it kind of happens so seamlessly that you don't even see it. When I show this table to others, it's a little hard to read when the central column, if that could be relabeled and then the math done to say these are EV capable spaces without EVSE, then the column on the right would be spaces with EVSE. Then no math on the fly ever has to happen. So that's one of our points. So if you could consider tolerating that type of simplification, that would be wonderful. Now, if I'm not appreciating a complexity here, I'm ready to listen. Thank you.
Yeah, so let me explain how we came about the capable and then the capable with installed chargers. So when we look at the code, most codes develop, first we need to have the infrastructure, which is all of the requirements set forth in this here, EV capable. Yeah, basically the EV capable spaces have to have all of these requirements. So we start off with the infrastructure, and then we start off with the infrastructure. So we need infrastructure for 25. That's 25 40 amp, basically circuits, conduit, blah, 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 all that. And then of those 25, we want to install chargers on those 25. So we start with infrastructure and then we build upon that. And so that's how this was created versus here is, let's say in this case, it's 13 EV capable and 4 installed chargers. Well, those
Yeah, you did the math.
chargers,
Right, you did the math on the fly, but I'm suggesting that math doesn't happen and you just do the math for everybody. That's all. Thanks.
so it would have to be out. We'd have to look at it because it would be something like this would be 13, and then this would be 4, and then we'd have to explain that these have to have the infrastructure, all that requirements, infrastructure, and then this is infrastructure plus installed charger.
Yes,
But
please.
you understand what you are saying. So this, in essence, the way it's written, this is 20%. This is actually 15%, and this is 5%. That's how.
Right. I know, but when you get past 201, you've got to do math on math.
Yeah, you got to do
I'm
math on
recommending.
math. It's in essence 5% more of the 20%. Yeah, I get it.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, James. Appreciate your comment. Next, Brittany.
I also agree with the math on math comment that James made. If it's a set number, just put the number. We have to do a lot of calculations every day.
Okay.
It's just easier. And then I disagree with having something so crucial as a specific building type as a footnote to a table. People rarely read footnotes unless they actually need to do something with it. So putting something so crucial as you actually need to increase your service size or increase how many chargers you're installing for a certain building type, being a footnote to a table is seems inappropriate place to put it, I guess.
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear. So I basically have heard from Dennis, Bob, and Brittany, and possibly and James that introducing another column specific to those occupancies would be a good idea. Is that
Yes,
fair to
please.
say? And we would have to do the same for the power allocation method. We're trying to get away from a bunch of different columns, but in this case, it sounds appropriate. But we'll take that under advisement. Timothy, have anything good to add to this conversation?
I just want to say thank you for actually looking at these tables, because we need a lot of help from you, those people that are listening, and we appreciate your input. And definitely, if you can come up with a better table, we'll certainly entertain it. And we definitely need the help. Thank you.
Okay, any further comments beyond for items 4E, F, and G? Let's see. Oh, hey, Bryce.
Okay, well, I'll echo the footnote to the footnote and the inappropriateness of having a whole building type buried in a footnote. But I wish you to imagine two different 200 space parking lots.
Yeah.
One is a 200 spaces of concrete surfaced parking for a mall. And the other is 200 spaces of structured parking for a mall. And you did all of the math and you managed to put the exact right number of prescriptive EV chargers in. Now, 30 years later, there's not enough, because we're hoping that the EV adoption will grow to the point where this number now looks ridiculously small. In the case of the structured parking lot, you can just run some conduit along the surface. It's really pretty easy. It's really not much problem to add more conduit. But in the surface parking lot, the concrete surface parking lot, if you didn't put the conduit in right then, you're going to be pretty screwed. And I think that these numbers are way too small, given, particularly for EV capable, given the lifetime of these structures, and that we should be looking at the expected lifetime of these structures and saying, where will we be then? Conduit is tremendously cheap to install at time of construction. It's less than $1 per foot. It's really not noticeable. I think that overall these regulations are too prescriptive, too complex, and maybe even regulating the wrong thing. It's kind of like pounding nails with a screwdriver. But what the building code could do is say, hey, this is what you have to think about now so that demand in the future can be accommodated. And largely all you have to do for that is conduit space and box space. Even just physical space becomes an issue. When I do a lot of retrofit work, and often the problem is nothing to do with the upgrade itself, but just the physical space for that upgrade. You know, can you add that extra panel that you need on that wall, or do you have to put it on the other side of a wall? And those are the issues that I think building code is really good for, and that you should be using a different tool in order to follow the demand curve. I also don't want to see people putting hundreds or thousands of chargers in that will just deteriorate over time. Before those are ever used, they will have all been stolen, broken, or damaged if they're not really needed. Follow demand, and building code is uniquely unsuited to following demand because you only get one shot at it when the building is built. So I urge you to focus the building code pieces on those things that are hard to change later, like conduit space.
For the comment. Dennis.
I agree with Bryce. I think you need to think in the EV capable mindset, because you have to remember that projects under these provisions will not start construction until 2027, because the code won't go into effect until 2026, and then it applies to projects that got submitted for plan check after that date. So I think thinking ahead about stranded assets that get cannibalized, like that's a valid feature that you need to kind of get it just right, and it's difficult when you have a hard construction like that. And thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Yeah, thank you, Dennis. So any further comments? So basically, just to reiterate, our agenda item 4G was initially to consider repealing EV capable but we've decided to basically increase the required number of charging stations. And then the rest we've already talked about. Okay, so no more comments. I'd like to move on to the next agenda item, which is agenda item 4H. And here we go. Okay, so agenda item 4H is BSC's proposal for amending our existing EV regulations for additions and alterations. BSC is proposing to amend section 5.106.5.4.2 for existing buildings or parking areas with previously installed EV capable infrastructure. This proposed change is to provide clarity that the existing EV capable spaces must be built out with at least one level 2 EVSC charger prior to any new EV capable spaces being added. This proposed amendment is to address the comments received during the 2022 intervening code adoption cycle 45-day public comment period. This proposed change is needed to ensure that the existing EV infrastructure is built out prior to any new EV capable spaces being added. The intent is to promote more installed chargers to meet the EV goals set by California by favoring the installation of actual chargers during qualifying additions and alterations. So I will go straight to the proposed code change. And it's pretty simple. What we're trying to clarify is we want to require for facilities that already have previously installed EV capable spaces to build out those existing EV capable spaces with at least one level 2 charger prior to adding any new additional EV capable spaces. So basically, while the code allows for compliance with this section to add capable spaces, more capable spaces to comply, we want to have at least one be installed, an installed charger. So that's really what we're trying to do, install more chargers for those qualifying additions and alterations. Does anybody have any comments pertaining to this proposed code change? James, I know your group, James, or I think commented during workshops and 45-day comment periods pertaining to this. So, James, are you up first? I see your hand.
Sure.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for addressing this. In general, you're not really asking for existing building additional attention in general to this part of the code. So we're going to hold back on other topics related to existing buildings for a later time. So
okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, James. Bryce?
Again, it's kind of the same issue of demand. On one particular building, there may be a demand for 12 additional chargers at this time. And 12 blocks to the west, there's never a demand for that. And I think the building code should be limited to providing that EV capable space, and that a different regulatory mechanism, such as Civil Code 1738, is more appropriate to handle the question of when EV capable is turned to EV ready. And I gave you the wrong code citation in the moment, but the correct code citation, I'll get in a moment, I'll give it to you. But it essentially says that a residential tenant has the right to demand and pay for EV charging, and that a commercial office tenant version of that would be the appropriate place to regulate the conversion from EV capable to an actual connector ready. That's my comment.
Okay, thanks, Bryce. Anybody else? Oh, I see. Sven, hey Sven.
Yeah, thanks, Enrico. Does this, I want to apologize. I had an emergency phone call to take. Everything's good. So does this only pertain to non-residential? Or
Yes,
is this going to be mimicked by HCD?
that be able to see HCD's proposals when it's their turn. This is specifically non-residential occupancies under BSC's authority.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say we are in support of, even if existing EV capable is way in the back 40 and you're doing something in the front yard, to have to convert that EV capable to EV ready. We would, understanding that each EV capable space was built with 40 amps. Again, we would perform more charging than higher power charging, so that rather than saying at least one level EVSC, 2 EVSC, we would much rather have 2. And I'm speaking from my own knowledge, the coalition hasn't looked at the non-residential alterations and additions and alterations, that we would rather have more chargers, access to charging, than a few high power, because again, this comes into, you have to share parking spaces versus power. And again, we have members that are in the medical profession and they simply cannot get out of surgery to go move their car. So more low power is better than a few high power. So I'm looking at 5.106.5.4.2, and your underlining would be something about at least per EV ready, EV capable space being converted to 2 low power receptacles would be much better than an EV. What single?
How about Sven, we'll look at this and potentially add the level 2 or low power level 2 as allowed for the code. We have an allowance for low power level 2, but I do understand that maybe we shouldn't just say level 2 VC, because there is an allowance currently for new buildings that allows low power level 2. So okay, we'll take that under advisement. Thank you very much. Michael.
Sorry, yeah. So under this requirement, are we able to put in DC fast chargers in lieu of level 2?
That's already allowed.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
all right.
all this, we're just trying to get more chargers installed, whether the DCFC level 2, low power level 2. That's already, we're trying to make it for additions and alterations have the exact same triggers as if new construction, to not be preferential to new construction or preferential to additions and alterations. We want them to allow the flexibility that's currently allowed. That's what we're trying to do here.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. Dennis.
Okay, thank you. I just like to make a few points on the triggering events for these upgrades. We believe that if any upgrades are being made to the building's electrical service, you should upgrade your EV capable on site to the EV ready status, like in some manner. And would resurfacing a parking facility or restriping be a triggering event in your mind?
No. We already have that here. All those exceptions are already listed here. And this is what got approved and codified. So we already talked about the exceptions. And so it's really only for qualifying additions, alterations that make sense to do an upgrade for the, yeah. So that's already there. You can go look at that. Timothy.
Yeah, I just want to emphasize that it's a simple nuance, and it is simply what the rationale stating is that we want more chargers, and we can appreciate everybody looking at that and making sure it applies to what they're talking about. But thank you.
Thank you. Bryce?
So there are 2 types of repaving that are done in an asphalt parking lot. The type where you throw another layer of pavement on top, and the type where you dig it down first. Well, you either grind off an inch or 2 and then put down new pavement, or you tear it all up. So I guess there's 3 types. In the second and third type, there's the opportunity to add conduit and trenching very inexpensively at that point. In the first type, where you're just adding asphalt, I agree that should come under the exception. But I think that any removal of asphalt, so any grind and overlay or full depth resurfacing should be a trigger. And that you've got the opportunity right there, and you won't have that opportunity again for 10 to 20 years, because that's the rough lifetime of asphalt pavement on a parking lot. So I encourage narrowing that exception quite a bit.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Emily. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm curious to know how you determined that like one space was the appropriate number to require be equipped with an actual EVSE prior to you kind of being able to go ahead and add more EV capable spaces to be in compliance. Because presumably, like, let's say, you know, a renovation triggered this requirement. It's possible that in order to come into compliance with the overall requirement, a property would need to install significantly more EV capable spaces. And you're saying only one of those would need to actually have an EVSE. What if it, you know, that's just a small number of the spaces that they're adding? Can you help me clarify my understanding of this? I may be missing something.
Yeah, so I'm going to take you to the table, and this will clarify. So currently, for a new project, let's say, okay, so let's say let's keep it very simple. Let's say you have a new building that requires, you know, between 10 and 25. Okay, currently the code only requires 4 EV capable. We have proposed in one of the agenda items for this to be changed to 1, and these to be increased doubled, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say you're doing, and when I mean qualifying additional alteration, we have what the triggers are for additional alteration, when they're doing photovoltaics work, when they're changing out the electrical panel as part of the scope. So let's say that addition or alteration triggers, in this case, let's say it triggers, and the affected area of the parking spaces, let's say it's photovoltaic, and if they're affecting 10 parking spaces, then we require 4 EV capable and then 1 installed charger.
But that would scale up to having more installed chargers be required.
We're just saying, hey, install at least 1. We don't want you to add more capable. We want you to install at least 1. Because what we don't want, let's say you're doing, in this scenario, it's requiring like 4. You can, if you already have 4 that in the previous build, there's 4 that are available. What we're saying is use the ones that are available before you install, like use available capable spaces before you start installing another capable space. But we want you to install at least 1 of those to be level 2. But that could change.
Yeah, I understand that, and I definitely support that idea. I just want to make sure that they can't sort of cheap out by, regardless of how many, of how big the requirement would be for them to upgrade their spaces, that they only have to do 1 EVSE.
No. Let's say you're affecting this massive parking lot and you're doing this massive upgrade to solar panels, right? And let's say you are affecting, let's say 101 parking spaces. Well, this is what's required, 25 and 6. But there's already existing capable spaces that are there, right? We're saying use those first, but you still then have to add 25. I mean, this is an additional requirement.
Why do you only have to turn 1 of them into an EVSE before you add more capable? Why not more, I guess, is my question.
Oh. Well, because we want to be equitable with as if it's new construction, right? I think that the 1 comes into play where it's more on this range here. Then over here, you're already going to require 6. So it's really only applicable to the smaller additions and alterations that are only triggering 10 to 25. These are already required 9 to be installed chargers. So I understand your comment. I think it would be, this is already requiring more chargers.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I guess my general comment would be that if there are already a bunch of EV capable spaces on site and a retrofit is triggering a requirement to add additional EV capable spaces, that perhaps, it would be wise to ask them to convert more of the existing EV capable spaces to EVSE rather than just one.
Yeah. But
especially because that means it's going to be quite a large facility by the time.
Well, we don't want to be unfair to and disincentivize additions and alterations if it's going to be kind of a draconian thing where now you have to add a lot more, but you already have some there. The idea is to, build out the ones that are there, but have on the smaller ones at least have at least one. So they just don't keep adding. So if you were, let's say, doing between, let's say you had 9, or here it's potential, that one now has changed, so that might not be an issue anymore. But before this, if this doesn't change to a 1, you could have somebody between 10 and 25 that are just gonna not add any chargers. They're just gonna build out capable. This doesn't require an installed charger, so they could just build out 4 more capable spaces, and now they have 8. Does that make sense? We're trying to at least get one installed in this range here. So
totally understand. And I think you get the spirit of my comment that
I
would suggest it be a slightly more stringent requirement for the conversion of capable into actually.
Okay.
But I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Emily. I appreciate your comment though. So does anybody have any comments? Any more comments for this proposed amendment? No? Okay, great. So we are now moving on to agenda item 4I. And at this point, HCD, I can drive for you if you'd like. I'll bring it 4I, I'll bring it on. So agenda items 4I, J and K, although this is basically HCD's proposals that they'd like to discuss with the group, and I can certainly drive on HCD's behalf with the slideshow or the slide. Mitchell, would you like to comment on that?
Hi, Enrique. If we could, if BSC would like to drive it, that works. If we could circle back to item 4H, we'd like to possibly open up the floor to receive any feedback if possible.
Okay, sure. Let's go to 4. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we don't have a proposal. If you want to just leave up the agenda, that's fine.
No. Yeah, let me just go to the agenda item. So we're talking about agenda item 4H, which is in response to AB 1738. BSC and HCD are coordinating the efforts for additions and alterations. BSC had this proposal that we just discussed right now, but HCD would now like to discuss agenda item 4H as it pertains to HCDs and their authority.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, so as it relates to AB 1738, HCD is open to any feedback regarding the incorporation of language into the Cal Green Code relating to the level of EV charging that should be required and the appropriate percentages. The statute mandates the level of EV charging must meet or exceed level 2 EV charging. As a note, existing Cal Green section 4.106.4.3 requires 10% of the total number of parking spaces to be EV capable, panel capacity and raceway, which would support the future installation of level 2 EVSE. At this time, we would like to seek feedback on what type of permitted additions or alterations, for example, electrical systems or lighting, to existing parking facilities, which should trigger compliances with this proposal. With that said, HCD will accept feedback at this time or via email at our email address title24@hcd.ca.gov. And we would strongly advise if you could please submit your suggestions, if you're going to submit through email, by close of business October 31st.
Thank you, Tyler. Any comments pertaining to Tyler's request for feedback on HCD's additions and alterations that's currently codified? James, go ahead.
Cool. So this is legit. So BSC was the first to organize additions and alterations. Now it's HCD's
Sorry,
turn.
James. No, James, HCD actually codified it first.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what is exactly is his ask then? Is additional triggers or?
To look at HCD's current additions and alterations and see if there's any proposed code changes in terms of percentages or occupancies to look at. Basically look at HCD's current additions, alterations, requirements, and see if you have comments, because they have the opportunity in this triennial code adoption cycle to make amendments to that existing code language. However, there's a hard deadline on the submittal. So like Tyler has said, when's the deadline again, Tyler?
October 31st.
Okay,
Yeah,
October
31st. Thank you. Yeah, and as you mentioned, Enrique, we're seeking feedback on what type of permitted additions or alterations to existing parking facilities should trigger compliances with this proposal.
Will do.
Have a draft of that already, or just the word qualifying retrofits?
Yeah, real quick, I'll jump in. We do not have current express term language for this. The unique thing we have that doesn't normally exist when we're implementing legislation is we already have codified language in the code already for retrofits related to EV to existing parking facilities in section 4.106.4.3. And what AB 1738 specifically charges HCD with doing is two things: looking at what triggers we can include within our existing section of Cal Green, and then also if there needs to be any adjustments to the percentages and type of EV charging that would be provided when those triggers come into play for existing parking facilities. So the level and percentage, and then what the triggers actually are. That's what HCD is looking for feedback on.
Thank you, Mitchell, for clarifying that.
Could the email address be typed out on
Then
the
you have
agenda?
your hand raised, and we can hear people talking in the background. Please mute your phones. Thank you.
And real quick, title TITLE 24 at hcd.ca.gov.
Thank you, Tyler. Sven, are you there? I see your hand raised.
I am. So this is difficult, but there's definitely room for improvement, particularly, and I just want to thank HCD for being bold and putting in for alterations and modifications. But I am going to take a side question. If Bob Raymer is on the phone, or one of the main apartment condos representative, just to find out how often this sort of thing happens. So are we, taking a nuclear weapon to something very small, or is this happens frequently? So Bob, you don't need to answer right away, but certainly during this conversation, if you could answer that question. So similar to what BSC recommended is that we would recommend that any existing EV capable on a apartment or condo multifamily residences be converted to EV ready, and that we're leaning towards more is better. And while we haven't had a detailed discussion on this, we would actually, I believe the group would go for a lot more level 1 accessibility than one full power level 2 charger, because more accessibility is better than sharing power is better than sharing a parking space, especially when exactly what Bryce said, as any EV driver knows, you just want to come home, plug your car in, and then go about the rest of your evening and morning. And you don't want to have to go out at 3 o'clock in the morning and change parking spaces. So more charging accessibility is better than some high power, single high power unit. So EV capable's got to go. And that means also when you say 10%, put in 10% EV capable, it has to be actual receptacles or actual chargers, preferably receptacles. And so then whenever on the addition side, given the new proposed code, on the addition side, if you add in parking, every parking space you add in should have a low power level 2 receptacle on the new side, up to the point, for example, if you're adding huge amounts of parking to the point where you exceed the number of units served cumulatively between the new units and the existing units. So again, so that way, if you just put in, for some weird reason, you put in a large parking deck, again, you enable every unit then to have access, that has access to a parking space, has access to charging. And then when we talk about doing lighting upgrades, we're on the other side of the coin, we're very concerned for low income housing when they're just going through and swapping out, say, a incandescent or fluorescent lighting at the bulb, taking out the ballast with a cherry picker, that they are then subject to this regulation and having to put in a lot of charging that would then economically dam the project from that lighting upgrade from actually occurring. What we're looking at, and again, we're exploring this and want input from the group. The idea being, if there should be a power differential there when you put in the LED lighting, and then that power differential gets converted to level 1 receptacles, not low power level 2. Just again, we're trying to get as much charging out there. And again, if you talk to Peninsula Clean Energy or Silicon Valley Clean Energy on the studies have done in commuting, level 1 works. And as again, right now, across California, a third of EV drivers are charging at level 1. It's a good thing. Okay, it works. So those are the two big things. Then when we address repaving, it's hard because the main costs when you do retrofitting are both the trenching and then making sure you have access to power, because you're going to pull it off the common or house power 90% of the time. So unless you're doing one-offs by unit. And so you need to make sure both you doing trenching and add their power availability. So I want to make sure we understand how to do that. And part of me says, this is my suggestion is, and if this is possible, again, for discussion, if you could say, we're going to do a project that involves permitting, involves electricity, involves the parking lot, 2% of that project budget cost has to go to installing level 1 charging infrastructure. Something, again, we're bouncing ideas off of you guys because we want the greater group expertise. That's the purpose of this meeting. Thank you.
So I'll need to respond to that real quick, Enrique.
Yeah, go ahead.
For a few different points, and I'll be brief. So first off, HCD has legislative direction that is very specific on what we can and can't do under AB 1738. First and foremost, to your comments, Sven, we would be prohibited from proposing anything related to level 1. The law specifically says that our proposals have to meet or exceed level 2 EV charging. So we can't do level 1. The legislature gave us very explicit direction in that regard. And then we don't have any legislative authority to arbitrarily require EV infrastructure installed on existing parking facilities unless there are triggers. So this wouldn't apply to existing parking facilities that are not undergoing any permitted triggered work. This would just apply to those projects and parking facilities that are undergoing permitted work under a specific umbrella. And that's what we're looking and seeking, is what are those specific types of work that would trigger the requirement to install EV charging in existing parking facilities.
So question for you, Peninsula Clean Energy recommend as part of their REACH code packages that existing EV capable, even if it isn't associated with the project, gets converted to some form of charging. You're saying that under the legislation that you can't do that yet. Is that correct? You know, it's even though it's not part of the project, it's in one area of the complex and you're working on a second area, you can't require the conversion of EV capable. Is that right?
Yeah, the legislation specifically states that in the event of triggers, types of work that require permit, that's when in fold the existing facility parking EV charging requirements would come in. So under certain triggers is when the requirement would apply to existing parking facilities. And
Right.
again, level 2 or higher.
Okay, so I'm still confused. The triggers happen, but they happen over in area A. There is EV capable in area B on site under common ownership, blah, 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 blah. You can't require area B to upgrade that EV capable, because it sounds like BSC is doing that.
It's parking facilities, so it's the entire parking facility would apply.
Okay.
If there's triggered permitted work. Can go
Ben,
undergo.
I think what Mitchell is saying is the legislation specifically requires level 2.
You know, I'm okay with that, or I will accept that for the moment. I'm just confused. If the parking lot is being altered, if there's 100 spaces 1 through 10 are EV capable from prior construction when the building was built, and we are upgrading the wiring or the parking space or doing something to spaces 90 through 100. Can HCD require parking spaces 1 through 10, which are EV capable, but not being touched as part of this project, upgraded to EV, some other thing else, level 2, some flavor of level 2, they're EV capable 40 amp.
Yes, it applies to the entire parking facility.
That's great.
Again,
Okay, great. So that's good.
But your comments initially were a little different. Your
Okay, no,
comments initially were specific to us, HCD, and within the proposal, putting forth something that would apply without those triggers in place to parking facilities. And I want to be very clear, without the triggers, without a permitted work, the requirement for level 2 or higher and the percentage of those chargers would not apply unless there is permitted work.
Okay, but even again, my EV capable spaces are 1 through 10. I'm on the same site, same ownership, blah, blah, blah. I'm fiddling with sites 90 through 100.
Yep, answered the question. Yep.
Because it's on the
parking
same
facility. Parking facility is defined.
Great. Okay, good. So again, what I said earlier, and I apologize, I didn't mean a grand right now. All EV capable has to be determined. I agree. Anytime there's a triggering event on site in the parking lot, existing EV capable must be converted. And if we have to do level 2, by God, we'll have to do level 2. Maybe we'll change the legislation this year. But convert that over. That would be a big recommendation. And then if you're adding parking facilities, again, make that 100% in an alignment with the new construction requirements. And I don't know if you can do that. Can you make them low power level 2 at that point in time? That's level 2, it's just low power.
Yeah, not following you, Sven. You can send your comments over. The proposal is very clear. We have existing regulatory language. We're just slightly expanding that based on the legislative direction that we have. So if you have a specific scenario, you can send that over to the Title 24 at hcd.ca.gov inbox.
Yeah, thank you both. Moving on to Bryce, go ahead.
Okay, we're into the meat of what I do on a day-to-day basis. In fact, I got 2 text messages and 1 phone call from apartment owners during this very call because of California Civil Code 1947.6. So I'll get back to the triggering requirements in just a sec, but I'll explain what I've been doing. when a apartment owner gets a request under California Civil Code 1947.6, which reads, for any lease executed, extended, or renewed on or after July 1st, 2015, a lessor of a dwelling shall approve a written request of a lessee to install an electric vehicle charging station at a parking space allocated for the lessee. So that's California Civil Code 1947.6. And what I do in that case is, hold on. What I do in that case is I go to the building, take a look at the electrical capacity, and we install behind the tenant meter. So add a circuit breaker to the tenant's sub panel, or install a T connection at the meter. A level 2, usually 20 or 30 amp circuit, and we give that tenant an EV. When the second one comes along, we do the same thing. When the third one comes along, and this hasn't happened yet, by the way, at least not in my area, we install an EV charge management system so that we can prevent overloading the master power. So these buildings that I'm working on are typically 400 to 600 amp main service, and they typically have Federal Pacific. This is not a Federal Pacific, but they've got really, they're all 50 to 80-year-old buildings, so they have old electrical panels. This is an EV charge management system that goes and prevents us from overloading those 400 or 600 amp circuits. So this is working for us without any of your building code upgrades. California Civil Code 1947.6 is demand responsive. We don't install anything that we don't have to, yet every tenant has the ability to get the is let them know that California Civil Code 1947.6 exists. It's actually working really, really well. So now we get back to the question of triggering conditions. And I can tell you that among the older stock of buildings that I work with across a dozen owners in the San Francisco Bay Area, a number under 5% have ever done anything that I would consider to be a triggering condition for this. They are all buildings that have their original electrical system, their original entry point. They haven't been upgraded, and something pretty unforeseen happens. So I am far happier providing this 1947.6 charging to every person that they need than taking the cost of an electrical upgrade and inflating it by hundreds of percent. I do not believe that I could convince any of the owners to make that kind of investment. And as such, they will avoid doing a triggering upgrade. So you think that you're getting free extra EV charging because this triggering event happened. And I'm telling you, in the real world, what's going to happen is that the triggering event won't happen. The tenants won't get that upgrade because you've made it too expensive. Sorry. That's my feedback on section H.
Thank you, Bryce. Who is up next?
Jonathan?
Jonathan? Go ahead.
Sorry, my hand is not up.
Oh, it shows up on our end.
Next is Gary.
Next, Gary.
Hi, well, I'm not going to get into parking alterations. That's pretty tricky. And unless you want to get into, you know, some construction cost being a trigger, you know, in terms of like adding lighting or doing some type of electrical upgrade. But I think it's obvious that any parking additions should have a really strong charging requirement. And as far as charging type, I don't want to talk about that, but I just say I think the code ought to be agnostic on charging types in terms of receptacle or, you know, or stations or whatever when it comes to, you know, additions. So anyway, those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Who's up next? Is that?
Gary.
Gary, you have a hand up?
Oh, you just took it.
Timothy, are you up next? Timothy?
Yeah.
Timothy, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make a recommendation to those who are considering language that when you are, I guess, formulating your express terms is the way that we talk about it, that you consider how it might fit into the code. And that's how we generally respond. And it's a good idea to try to think in those terms. And that's how we are, I guess, how we orientate the language that we are using. So it's a recommendation to those who are considering making amendments, and that will really go a long way for us to help, consider the language that people are going to propose. But that's my comment. Thank you.
Vanessa.
Thank you. Hi. Couple of thoughts that I wanted to add. So first of all, thank you for holding this meeting and for allowing us all to weigh in and have this discussion. Super appreciate that. Also super appreciate all the work that you guys have done to upgrade and make more accessible access, more equitable access. So big kudos and thank you for that. Couple of thoughts just based on this more recent part of the conversation in the agenda. I fully appreciate sorry, I should also have introduced myself. I'm the national lead for the EV Charging for All Coalition. And I keep a close eye on what happens here in California because I then work with places outside California on their codes. I think we absolutely don't want to have triggering events such that there are such high costs involved that then people don't do these upgrades. I think we do want to be mindful of that. One recommendation, well, actually first a question, is that 40 amps delivered, or is it 40 amps at the panel? Do you know what the legislation, I'm not super familiar with the legislation, Mitchell, that you've been citing. So, well, I'm hoping it's 40 amps at the panel. But regardless of what it is, I would encourage you to look at, especially for multifamily, I would encourage, but for all of it, I would encourage you to look at receptacles rather than full EVSE. Receptacles, as we know, for multifamily housing is a much more affordable option for builders, and it's equitable for residents because that's an investment they make in their own car and they can take with them when they move. So that was just one thought in terms of keeping costs low. I also want to back up something that Sven said, which is that an equitable and smart way to do this is if you have a triggering event that really is substantial enough that it merits having all that new electrical work done. If you've got the electrician on site anyway, or you're already ripped up all the concrete anyway, that you put in as many spaces as possible to reach that 100% of units that's currently in the new code. That seems like the ultimately lowest cost way to get where the code now says we need to get. And that language is also the most elegant in terms of code satisfying that requirement going forward. I hope that made sense, but thanks again.
Thank you, Vanessa. Emily, then Bob, and then Kurt.
I'll defer to others on kind of addressing the specificities of the triggering events, but I just wanted to address some of the comments that were raised. And, and first of all, just to say, I really have a great deal of respect for, advocates working in this space. I think we're all working in the same direction of trying to increase EV charging access in multifamily buildings. But I think there are some philosophical differences that we have with respect to kind of the best way to get 100% of people served, which definitely is our goal as well. So it was said that by having low power level 2 instead of full power level 2, that you're able to share power instead of sharing parking spaces. And this, I think, sort of sets up a misapprehension about how you actually are able to serve the largest number of residents within the capacity of the building. So in particular, when you're talking about retrofits, where you have to deal with the existing power capacity, otherwise you're going to have to go to the utility and get upgrades. If you take that capacity and you divide it up into the amount of capacity that's needed to provide low power level 2 service to every EV space, you will be able to serve a smaller percentage of your residents than you will if you use full power level 2 wiring with a load management system, which can increase by multiples the number of residents that you're able to serve within that fixed power capacity. I mean, that's just a fact. We do that every day, have been doing it for 10 years with thousands of multifamily buildings. And the reason that those buildings choose that solution for their residents is because it allows them to serve more residents, and it allows them to do that without the delays and costs that are caused by utility upgrades. So I think, we have a kind of respectful disagreement there with respect to that. So I just want to make sure that that's understood, so that we're not baking into the code low power level 2 and then preventing buildings from being able to actually serve more of their residents, which is what we would like to help them do. I also am really befuddled by the claim that it would be better for residents if their building only provides them with a receptacle rather than with an actual EVSE that they can plug into their car, because that then leaves them with the need to go select and purchase their own EVSE, which costs often hundreds of dollars, which far outstrips the costs that they would pay in any kind of access fees for accessing charging provided by their resident. It would be something it would take them years and years to sort of pay off the costs of, relative to having been provided with an EVSE device by their building. And so we would strongly encourage keeping the requirement to actually put an EVSE in any space, rather than just allowing it to be a receptacle and then putting the onus of that additional expense and logistical difficulty onto the tenant to have to go buy that device.
Enrique, real quick, just want to thank you for the comments. Just want to send a reminder, we're exclusively talking about additions and alterations to existing parking facilities. There will be a few other agenda items to talk about the mandatory and the voluntary provisions for EV charging. And again, there was a question regarding the level of charger that the statute prescribes, and it specifically says low power level 2 chargers or higher. And so low power level 2 is defined as a minimum of 20 amp service. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Bob?
Yeah, thank you. Bob Raymer with California Building Industry Association, and in this case, the California Apartment Association. In answer to Sven's request, we certainly will be submitting written comments prior to October 31st. I'll probably be chatting with you, Sven, before I do that. In addition, I would encourage you to hang tight for agenda item 5. I'm going to be giving a quick update on a pending proposed decision that'll be voted on November 2nd at the PUC that is going to make life miserable for renters and EV charging retrofit in multifamily. Going in exactly the opposite direction that HCD, BSC, ARB, and CEC are going. It's incredible, but I'll hold off until item 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Kurt? Are you muted, Kurt? We can't hear you.
Are your headphones muted?
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, problem with the headset. Yeah, so Kurt Hurley with the City of Berkeley, and I'd just like to begin by acknowledging the direction that CalGreen is going, and regarding additions, alterations to spaces. It's making life easier. It's moving towards a big goal that I have. I hope many of you share that with me, is that EV charging infrastructure needs to satisfy 3 requirements. It needs to be ubiquitous, universal, and unbreakable. In the mid-code cycle amendment, the particular NEMA receptacle for plugins, specifying that by ampacity, incredibly good move. That for the developer, that that really pushes back on uncertainty as whether infrastructure that's put into a building at initial cost will be usable and won't be obsolete for its engineered lifetime. That's incredible. I want to cycle back to some of the earlier comments. We do have a lot of challenges. We have a lot of stakeholders and some conflicting goals in terms of serving EV owners in multifamily and apartments. One of those, and the last one that I mentioned, unbreakability. And let me dive into that a little bit more. In my first career in the private sector, I worked in materials that microelectronics manufacturers use instrumentation to help them make electronics more reliable based on the temperature and humidity cycling, the ambient environment in which the device or the electronics were exposed to. At the very far end of it, our military has an incredible specification, a MIL 810. That's why some of the things that we've had stockpiled for a long time have been usable in some of these issues going on our planet right now. Going back to the other side, we have consumer electronics, and some EV charging, portable chargers and EVSE have no weather or temperature resistance beyond what a consumer grade device would have. And it means that informs the failure rate and the frustration on the part of EV owners. That's not the sole cause, but my point is that one of the things I look forward to in the code is mandating that the microelectronics are well suited to the temperature and humidity environments in which they are installed, in which they will experience seasonal and diurnal cycling, temperature and humidity. And back to the multifamily, why do I mention all this? So I just purchased an electric vehicle. It came with a $300 portable charger that's suitable for a NEMA 1450 for a level 2, and just a 120 for the level 1. If those microelectronics fail because I've left it outside, the sun's beat down on it, it's gotten foggy, and then it's gotten dry, I'm out $300. But if I have something that's more valuable, and when it was procured and installed, it wasn't well thought out about, okay, this has an engineered lifetime of 12, 15, 17 years if it's this perfect environment, but of course it isn't. So we need to look at some nuance in the code and some specificity, like the NEMA 3R. That's sort of a middle ground between the mil spec and nothing. So I don't want to soapbox too much, but I started with acknowledging the direction on specificity for the NEMA receptacles. That's great because it eliminates uncertainty. And then back to my ubiquitous, universal, unbreakable, I think, and this pertains to what we're talking about here with existing buildings, adding spaces, to the extent that we can push this forward and bring standards in place for these devices so that we guarantee their engineered lifetime compatible with the ambient environment the microelectronics will experience, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt, for your input. James, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. This is fun, isn't it, guys? This is why we're here.
Yes.
Yeah, number one, number one is imagine you had a portable EVSE that was just discussed, and you bought it for $300 and it had the 1450 connector on it, and you were using it at home. Yay for you. Then you go to a commercial setting, and they behaved the rule. They used all the rules, and you encounter a 620 receptacle. What will happen at that point, or the worst case, is you buy an adapter from an unknown quality source. It might be kind of long. I'm just talking worst case. It gets a really long adapter, and it actually allows the interface to hit the floor, hit the pavement, and it starts raining. This is a use case that's pretty traumatic because it'd be a poorly constructed adapter. It's now in a puddle. That receptacle should have a GFCI, so maybe you're safe. But just in general, adapters are a big question mark for safety and reliability, and we have to think about that. Number one. Number two is if, let's say you had a 50 amp connector and you were lucky enough to find one at the parking lot. If you're actually physically challenged, but maybe not challenged enough to not drive a car, but maybe you have trouble pushing that 50 amp item into that 50 amp receptacle, it should be a tough push because it needs to be ready for a lot of current. So I remind everyone to really consider the accessibility question mark of the 30 and the 50 examples that we have in our code language. And the third is on additions and alterations. What could we do together to consider if you're going to the well for a single charger, could we consider triggers that firm up your order so that you're not just doing a charger at a time on a spot basis, but consider Bryce's scenario when the owner did it for the one who asked. But if you're going to roll up all that labor and get people to attend to this install, the incremental cost for the second one should be less than just twice. And so we could maybe consider trigger types that are involving permitted activity related to installing chargers outside of code. So on our list that we're doing some research on is if you're putting above code chargers in for any reason in a retrofit situation, could that be a trigger to actually put more in than you were initially envisioning? Thank you.
Sven, looks like you're up.
So I'm going to hold. I'd like to hear what Bob has to say, Bob Raymer.
Bob, you have your hand raised. Is that intentional? Okay. You want to go to Gary, Sven, or you want to speak now?
I have a question for HCD. How hard would it be to put either the legislation on the screen or what we believe to be the current requirements and talk about those triggers? Would that be possible? So in other words, we know what sandbox we're able to play in terms of what we would like to see given the legislative constraints.
Yeah, we certainly could. Since someone else is sharing, I'm not sure who that is. Do you
That's
have
me.
the ability?
I stopped sharing. You can go
Okay.
ahead, Mitchell, if you want to share.
Yeah. Okay, just give me give me just 1 second and I'll pull that up.
I may have it, and I'd actually like confirmation if that's possible. But if you've got it, that'd be grand.
Yeah, sharing now. It should be on screen. In just a second.
Nothing so far.
We see it, Mitchell. You want to zoom in or maybe highlight the. There we go. Much better.
You got it.
It's a very short bit of legislation, but it breaks down separate requirements for the Building Standards Commission and HCD. There's a few sections that I'll point to for which we're looking for advice on. So the first one is here, specific to HCD. And it says, notwithstanding some state housing law provisions, the department shall research, develop, and propose for adoption mandatory building standards for the installation of electric vehicle charging stations with low power level 2 or higher electric vehicle chargers in existing parking facilities serving multifamily dwellings, hotels, and motels. The department shall submit the proposed mandatory building standards to the commission. And so this is one set. So that's the type of chargers and the level of charging. And then down here below, it says proposed standards that apply to the preceding sentence I just read. Proposed standards that only apply to certain additions, alterations of existing parking facilities when a building permit is required and other significant construction or repair as determined by the agency is taking place. So those are the two areas that we are seeking feedback on.
And of course, the bill says level 2.
Low power level 2 or higher. Yeah, low power level 2 or higher. Yeah, or higher.
Thank you, Mitchell, for sharing that. Who is up next?
Probably me.
Gary, go ahead.
First, I was remiss in talking about alterations and additions, that we really need to up the required number of charger capability. I shouldn't say capable, ready, for multifamily parking additions. 10% is just way short of the need. So, second of all, I like the comment about longevity of equipment. And while I've been saying that, perhaps the type of charging, whether charging stations or receptacles, ought to be left open to the property owner, maybe it makes sense to not use receptacles in areas that are not protected from the weather. In other words, that aren't under a covering. So something to consider. And third, I wanted to ask about the comment about someone made a little bit ago about if we're using receptacles, then EV owners have to go out and buy charging equipment. My understanding is that almost all EVs, since they started being produced, come with charging cords. We've got 2 different plugins, and they came with charging cords, and I think that's pretty standard. So I'm not understanding that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Eric? Yeah, you have your hand raised.
Thank you, Enrique. I wanted to go back to the earlier comment and just clarify the accessibility requirements. Certainly, this is not the forum for that. If you're interested in those proposals, we do have an upcoming public workshop. However, currently, there is an exception for both gas pump nozzles as well as the cord sets for EV chargers to not require a 5-pound force. The baseline requirement for operable parts is 5 pounds, 22 newtons, and it exempts that requirement for EV charging cords as well as gas pump nozzles. Just to clarify.
Thank you, Eric, for that clarification. Very helpful. Who is up? Is it Sven or Bryce?
Bryce, go first, if that's possible.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Sven.
Okay, great. Bryce Nesbitt here. I'd like to echo what Kurt Hurley from the city of Berkeley said about reliability. By analogy, you might remember when compact fluorescents first came out, and they were miserable. And then as the manufacturing moved forward, they got cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, and they started to burn out more and more. And that left a really bad taste in everybody's mind about what a CFL was. Same thing's happening with LEDs. They're getting cheaper and cheaper. Temperature and weather have a great impact on the lifetime of electronics. And in order to have a successful strategy, my concern here is that California will mandate a whole number of cheap EVSEs that won't perform well and it'll add to frustration rather than, say, doing it right, and using higher quality equipment that was actually designed for longevity. Several people mentioned the inapplicability of plugs in cases of non-covered things. I don't think that any sort of office or retail location is an appropriate place for a plug, but that a plug can work just fine in residential where you're coming back to the same parking spot. So to the extent that you're talking about plugs, I think that should be restricted to a person's reserved personal parking spot, probably only at residential, but I suppose you could convince me that that same condition could exist at an office. But in either case, you're not plugging and unplugging that EVSE each day. That's only where you're plugging it in every once in a while. And in fact, the specifications for the NEMA 1450 plug, that big giant one that you jam in like this, those have a cycle lifetime measured under 1,000 just for their rating. They will literally wear out and melt if you tried to plug them in and unplug them every day. Finally, regarding Civic Code, California Civic Code 1947.6, which is the only thing that we have for existing buildings. And keep in mind that while you're talking about new buildings here and triggering retrofits, the majority of people in California live in an existing building. It's a real big problem. And I think that to get the bigger picture right, we have to address it, is that the first charger, the first person to ask for an EV charger at a building, it's going to cost tens of thousands of dollars, or at least thousands of dollars. And the second person to ask, it's going to be damn cheap to put in. And so it's really poorly drafted because you can't get over that hump, the cost of the first charger in a retrofit, in order to get to all the cheap chargers afterwards. And I think that in the wider policy discussion outside of the 2024 code cycle, we have to address that so that existing building owners have a path, like I described in my last comment, in order to provide a reasonable level of EV charging and retrofit. And I think that's awful important. Again, right now, the majority of people live in an existing building. Thank you.
Thank you, Bryce. Christian, you're up. And then just to do mindful of time, we have about an hour and 10 minutes. We have a hard stop at 4, and we still have 3 agenda items that need to be discussed. So please be mindful of time and let's try to keep our comments as brief as possible. Thank you very much.
Weather protected. I still want
to see. Yeah, hi, this is Christian Gorby of Cali TC. I just wanted to weigh in on the, kind of requiring people to have their own charger or cord sets, and just wanted to make you aware that the new Advanced Clean Cars 2 regulation from the Air Resources Board requires that cars sold in California will be required to have a level 1 and a level 2 charger. So I have a feeling that those cord sets are going to end up kind of looking similar to what the Teslas come with, which has something that can swap out for different plug types. But I just wanted to make you aware that I do have to say, though, that I do kind of agree with Emily's comment that it does shift the cost and the responsibility onto the tenant. So while certainly there probably will be certain situations where people have access to cord sets easily, should they buy a new vehicle or buy a used vehicle that has one, but if it were to break or get stolen, that cost is on the tenant. So I just wanted to add a little bit to that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other hands raised?
Miguel.
Okay, Miguel, go ahead.
Hi, I just was wanting to see if what could be added into this is the HDC allowing the installation of residential meters, equipment, and methods for EV charging stations in multifamily residential properties. I don't see that's in there, and I know that's causing a delay of over a year to get multifamily residential properties onto EV charging. And I think you've got a powerful ally in the Powering Up California Act, which just passed on October 7th, where they're going to be requiring the PUC to make remedial actions necessary to achieve PUC's targets. And new customers must promptly connect to the electrical distribution system, and existing customers must have their service level promptly upgraded. So if it could be included that installation of residential meters, equipment, and methods for EV charging stations and multifamily residential properties, that would speed up the process of hooking up EV charging at multifamily residential properties.
Thank you for that. Who do we have on the line? Vanessa? And I'd like to potentially wrap this up for this item and move on to items for I, J, and K. Vanessa.
Thank you. Just really briefly on the cord set. Thank you so much, Christian, for that insight. I'm really happy to hear that about California requiring the cord sets. I just want to offer an anecdote. I can't remember who it was who said that workplace charging is inappropriate for having an outlet. I used to charge at work on an outlet when the limited number of EVSEs were not available, which was often. And I was very grateful to have that outlet as a backup. And I think that speaks to a broader policy direction that I would really encourage you to consider as you're formulating the new code, which is there's always going to be trade-offs. So while I totally agree with comments that say, we're putting the onus on the resident, and that's not always great. And as a resident, I agree. At least the incentive is aligned. So if I buy that cord set, it's my cord set and I take it with me and I own it and it's in my car. And it, by the way, also came with my car. So it's not even an extra expense, but it's an aligned incentive because it's mine versus something like EV capable, which is outside of my control as a resident, outside of my purview, outside of my ability, and definitely I don't have an incentive. Even if I had all these other things, why would I be investing in somebody else's property so that they can then just later jack up my rent? Because I've had things like that happen to me as a resident. I know that's what happens. So I guess what I really want to stress is if you have to reduce costs to ensure more access in order to provide that ubiquity that somebody mentioned, and that is one way to do it, that at least ensures that people are able to access charging at the end of the day, because if they can't access charging, they're not going to get an EV and we're all in big trouble. Thanks.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Hello. Hello.
Brittany?
You have someone on the phone.
Oh, who's on the phone? Yes, let's hear from the phone line.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Sherry Stone. I am just a member of the public who found out about this workshop and wanted to provide some comments if I could regarding the proposed standards and how they might affect the community that I'm in. I live in a 55 plus community, and while the goals of the zero emission targets and objectives of California are laudable, when you take these standards and apply them to a community such as mine, where the population is basically retiree and fixed income, non-commuter, non-long distance drivers, and not a lot of miles driven even during the day or during a week, the application of a mandatory installation of electric vehicle charging stations would put a real burden on the community. Approximately 66% of the population in my community is 80 and older. If they're still driving, they already own the last car they're ever likely to own. And at present in the community, there are very few EVs or plug-in hybrids. It's a small number. The expected rate of increase in that number is not high. And as you can tell by my dial-in status, we're not early adopters of technology. The existing owners who do have EVs or plug-in hybrids are charging in the community today, which we're fortunate to have a lot of chargers, including Tesla superchargers and fast chargers in the area. But the effect of the building code changes could force installation of charging stations that would not be needed or used and would displace parking spots that are needed and used today. It also could have the effect of our association either. I'm sorry?
No, go ahead, sorry.
So it could also have the effect of having our association, you know, either delay or forego desirable or necessary changes out of fear of triggering an EV charging station installation mandate. We're an older community. Our infrastructure, we're 60 years this year. Our infrastructure is old. We've been told by the local utility that most of the community can't support electric charging. There's one area that can. There's concern about that area being, you know, effectively transformed into EV charging only and displacing all the parking. The costs associated with what they're looking into is in excess of $200,000 for 10 level 2 EV charging stations. And while the association is looking at rebates and tax credits and whatever else to offset costs, ultimately any net cost associated with installation and ongoing operation, which the commitments they're looking to sign up to are for 10 years, those will be borne by the owners through increases in our monthly HOA fees and in any special assessments that might be needed. And for people who don't know, for communities like ours that are governed by Davis Sterling, the board has the ability to increase monthly association fees up to 20% per year and to assess special assessments at a rate of 5% of the current year gross expenses. So these are real potential costs to a community that doesn't have a present need and not a likely great need in the near future for this kind of technology. Our boards, as you know, in HOAs do have broad authority. Regarding EVs, that authority has been put on what I call statutory steroids, and our board is behaving that way, running under the cover of, I believe it's Civil Code 4575. Since a vote isn't required for us for such a capital improvement, basically they're just moving ahead, disregarding a lot of the protections that would be built in for us as owners. So in conclusion, I'd just like to ask whatever exceptions or considerations might be possible for communities like a 55 plus community where you have older folks who really aren't using this technology and aren't likely to, who are very price sensitive and, you know, just generally subject to concerns about financial security, that those kinds of considerations would be factored in rather than just kind of a blanket mandate that captures all communities up with the same standards. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you so much for your input. Okay, where are we at? Brittany. And
Yes.
then after Brittany, I would like to go give HCD the opportunity to introduce the other proposals where they do actually have proposed express terms. We have an hour to go through several proposals, so please be mindful of that. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Yes, I had a question on if there's any code outside of Cal Green or the building code that requires the chargers for residential to be, the EV chargers to be on the like overall building house power, or if it has to be on the residence power for their metering. And if there is the option to do building house power, does that mean that they're allowed, the building owners are allowed to then charge for charging at the charge stations? Or is it supposed to not be a pay option? Or is there anything, regulation or code that stipulates any of that? Yeah.
This is Sven Thiessen with the Electric Vehicle Charging for All. If you could throw your email somewhere or phone number, We can discuss this offline. It is a very big discussion. It's very important because exactly what you said earlier about prices of electricity, the cost to charge at a residential multifamily dwelling. So, but we can take that off topic. If that not off topic, it's really important, but not for this discussion right now. Could we do that?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Sven. Okay. Can we move on to HCD's proposed amendments? Let me put them on the screen. And that is, once again, it is agenda item. I see it. Here we go. This is agenda items. Basically, this is a BSC's proposal for today. I will be driving. Tyler, let me know if you want to scroll and where we're at.
Okay, perfect.
So this is your agenda item 1. Although the agenda says 4, this is basically agenda item 1, 2, and 3. Go ahead, Tyler.
I'm not sure if my screen's updated yet. Are the express terms up on the screen?
I have them on the screen sharing them.
No, you're
No.
showing the agenda.
Oh, hold on. Let me hold on. Let me turn off the agenda. Okay. Give me 1 second here.
Yeah, no problem.
Is this the agenda here?
You're still showing the agenda. We have to unshare and then reshare.
Okay, let me stop sharing and then I'll share again. Here we go. Okay, back on track.
There we go.
Here we go. Can everybody
Okay,
see
perfect.
this? Okay, great.
Okay, so I'll give a brief overview of items 4.106.4, 2.2, and 4.106.2.6. So HCD has proposed an increase in EV charging building standards for the 2024 triennial code adoption cycle. Some notable mandatory proposals on the express terms document are as follows. This proposal provides clarity for the code user by organizing the requirements based upon the occupancy type, separating hotels and motels from multifamily buildings. Hotels and motels is in new section 4.106.4.2.6, and multifamily is in the existing 4.106.4.2.2. So in section 4.106.4.2.2, which is on the screen, HCD is proposing to clarify which EV charging building standards apply to multifamily buildings when certain types of parking spaces are provided, including assigned, unassigned, and common use parking. As a note, HCD has no authority to define what type of number of parking is required. Parking is controlled by the local city or county and the project designer. So in section 4.106.4.2.2a, HCD is proposing when assigned parking is provided, that at least one low power level 2 EV charging receptacle shall be provided at the assigned parking at a rate of equal to or greater than the number of dwelling units. This is similar to what was proposed in the voluntary measures last cycle. In subsection A1, HCD is proposing the required number of low power level 2 EV charging receptacles at assigned parking spaces when the total number of dwelling units exceeds the number of assigned parking spaces provided. The hope here is to address EV charging based on the various types of parking and simultaneously ensuring the greatest amount of EV charging access is provided. In subsection 1B, similar to subsection B, HCD's proposal also clarifies the required number of low power level 2 EV charging receptacles at unassigned parking spaces when unassigned parking is provided. In subsection C, HCD proposes In subsection C, HCD proposes to clarify the requirements when both assigned and unassigned parking is provided. HCD proposes to continue to mandate that when not otherwise determined infeasible, the low power level 2 EV charging receptacle shall be connected to the dwelling unit's electrical system. In this proposal, HCD further clarifies this prescription applies to assigned parking only, which would be the only applicable parking type that is dedicated to a specific dwelling unit. So moving to subsection 2A, HCD is also proposing that for other unassigned or common use spaces not captured in the EV charging receptacle requirement that was previously mentioned, that 25% of the remaining unassigned or common use parking spaces shall have full level 2 chargers. So that would be, if we could scroll down to the next item, Enrique. There's ALMS that we'll get to in item 4J. So the next one would be 4.106.4.2.6. It would be item 3 right there. Yeah, I'll give a brief overview and then we can open it up for questions. So this is us separating hotels and motels. So moving to hotels and motels, HCD is carrying forward existing proposals and is increasing the EV charger requirements from 10% to 20%. This will amount to 60% of all spaces at newly constructed hotels and motels to have EV charging access. So that would be 40% receptacles and 20% chargers. And with that said, I'll go ahead and stop here for comments and discussion. And as a note, we'll be discussing ALMS and HCD's voluntary proposals in the next 2 agenda items. So if you'd like, Enrique, we can open it up for questions.
Looks like Eric has his hand up. He looks number 1 on my list.
Mr. Rodriguez is speaking, but he's muted.
And my hand should have been lowered. Sorry about that, Mitchell.
Sorry about that. I saw Eric's hand go up, but then I went down. So Linda, you're up next. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. I'm with the EV Charging for All Coalition and want to extend our thanks on behalf of all of us for the ambition that you've shown in this code to move to 100% access for every multifamily housing unit with parking. So kudos to you. Thank you for listening. It's really wonderful to see that. We did submit a very detailed letter to you, actually 2 letters. And because time is short today, I don't think we're going to read all our recommendations. You have them in writing, but I just want to emphasize 2 points. One is this code will not take effect until January 1st of 2026, and buildings built under it probably will not begin to be lived in for at least 3 more years after that. So the buildings that we're talking about are going to be existing until at least or likely till the next century. And so any comments about people aren't ready and this isn't, it's going to be a burden. People are going to be burdened and they don't have this EV ready charging ready to go. So I just want to emphasize how important what you're doing is to provide universal access. I'll also make this point that's important that in the section regarding receptacle power source, you please insert the word ready wherever the code refers to low power level 2 EV charging receptacles. We know that you've gotten rid of the EV capable, which is inappropriate for multifamily, but if you could make sure the language says low power level 2 EV ready charging receptacles, that would make that clear to everybody. It would be consistent with your definitions. And finally, I want to, 2 things. I want to thank you for reorganizing this. So all the multifamily is together and then all the hotel motel, that's much easier to read, pointing out that the voluntary tiers don't follow that yet. And so when we get to that, please organize them in the same way. And finally, to the point about maintaining the charging equipment, I wonder if HCD or BCS, if you have the power to require that any EVSE or EV charging receptacles be maintained by the building managers. That would be actually a wonderful thing to include, but I'm not sure if you have the statutory power to do that. I'd be curious. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
And Enrique, just one quick reply. We did notice the comment regarding the term EV ready. Just wanted to let you know, Linda, and the coalition, that low power level 2 EV charging receptacles as used throughout the code is a defined term, and it means something different than EV ready. So we will likely consistently use that term since it's defined. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitchell. I see Carrie, go ahead.
All right. I also want to give HCD a big thanks for expanding dwelling charging to 100% of the dwellings, and also tying it back to their own panels so they can get discounts on their electricity. That's great. I think there may be a typo, or maybe not, but there is a section where there's both assigned and unassigned parking, and it says that charging may not be placed in both types, and the dwelling charging requirement ought to be placed in assigned parking to the extent possible. And if there's not enough assigned parking spaces, then any additional numbers to equal 100% of the dwellings should be placed in the unassigned parking. So also, as far as the type of charging for both hotel, motel, and unassigned parking, we really think that the owner, just like I mentioned on connector type, I think when it comes to the charging type in general, whether receptacle or charging stations, we really should leave that to the owners to decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. I see Dennis, then Emily.
This is Dennis Corrales with the Electric Vehicle Charging for All Coalition, and I want to add my thanks to Linda's and my colleagues about the progress that HCD has made, significant progress, and really appreciate that. I do have a recommendation that in this code language, you have the exception that talks about that mechanical garages and other types of parking unsuitable, that clarity be added, that the building official needs to weigh in on that decision. I think some people that work with food might think that's kind of obvious, but it's better sometimes when you put there in print that the building official needs to sign on to the exception. And with that, thank you again for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Dennis. Appreciate it. Emily, you're up next.
Thank you. This is one area where I'm in complete agreement with my friends from the EV Charging for All Coalition. Really applaud the ambition here to get to 100% requirements for multifamily buildings. That's frankly phenomenal, historic. It's a really great step forward for residents of multifamily buildings. So just want to take a moment to recognize that and thank you for doing that. It won't surprise you to hear that one of my questions is regarding the fact that it says low power level 2 receptacles as the requirement. I noticed, you did cite the statutory language earlier as a reason for sort of why you're incorporating that low power level 2 language. However, in the statute, I think it said low power level 2 or higher. And I'm wondering why you don't also say or higher in this case. And, obviously my concerns expressed earlier hold here as well. And just that is going to kind of bake in a system that is not capable of using load management to reduce the size of the electrical service that's required to the building in order to serve all these 100% of residents. And frankly, also the requirement about having a branch circuit connected directly to the electrical panel, that also obstructs the use of load management systems to be able to serve as an intermediary there that can more efficiently use the electrical service at the building, so that when they are building that building, they don't have to go get as big of an electrical service size from the utility, which is obviously good for the grid to reduce that need. But I'll leave it there. I know we're going to talk more about ALMS in a minute.
Thank you, Emily.
Enrique, can I respond real quick, please?
Yeah, go ahead, Mitchell.
Yeah, Mitchell Baker with HCD. Just want to clarify, when we were discussing the statutory provisions that was on another agenda item number regarding triggers for existing parking facilities, we're now on mandatory measures for newly constructed buildings, not existing parking facilities. The proposal to include low power level 2 EV charging has been vetted rigorously through the various code cycles leading up to this proposal in front of you. Low power level 2 EV charging receptacles in this particular proposal on the screen has been met with harmony from the various stakeholders. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mitchell, for that clarification. Okay, I see Bryce. Go ahead.
Okay, first redux on the parking lifts comments from earlier. There is existing parking lifts that are EV capable now, and I think you should put that as a challenge to the parking lift manufacturers who have not yet offered that feature, rather than giving them a pass. Second, I have a question for HCD.
Can I respond to that first real quick, Bryce? Would you mind?
Sure.
HCD does not have statutory authority to compel manufacturers to produce a certain product. I just want to make sure that's clear. We do not have the authority. And so what we have in front of you has been produced not only in the mandatory measures in some variation, but also this was a voluntary provision in its terms that we folded into the mandatory provision. Thank you.
Yeah, you certainly have no authority to convince a manufacturer of a lift in order to produce a particular feature, but you can compel a building owner to only use a product that has a statutory feature. So you can say you may only install lifts if they are EV charger compatible. Do you have that authority? Do you agree? Is there anything wrong with that?
We promulgate building standards, what you see in front of you. We don't have the ability to compel directly a single individual or a manufacturer to produce a product or use a product. We have the ability to promulgate building standards.
Okay, well, your current standard says that you're exempt if you put a lift in, and you could remove that provision from this code. And the net effect of that is that people would purchase only lifts that are EV charger compatible. Okay, well, you have my feedback that I think that your exemption of lifts is entirely and completely unnecessary from any electrical safety or mechanical standpoint. I think you should remove it, and we'll press this issue at each of our opportunities to comment. Okay, but I have a question now.
Okay.
You talk about a unit being assigned to a particular parking spot. In my area, that's not done. Parking is always unbundled. So there's a set of units and there's a set of parking, and you lease them separately. And your particular unit, you might lease unit 2 and lease parking spot 12. Do you feel that that's covered by your existing regulation? And if so, if you could clarify that a little bit, because it's kind of unclear to me reading it. So that's a question.
Yeah, the two primary categories are assigned and unassigned, and then common use, which is coupled with unassigned. So in the scenario you identified, there would be a parking spot that is specifically assigned to the dwelling unit occupant, the resident, that would be considered assigned parking.
Okay, but you could clarify that this dynamically assigned parking is included. That would be helpful. I have in my background here, wherever my pointer is, a matrix box that allows all the tenant meters come in on one side and all the EVSEs come on the other side. And when a parking spot gets reassigned, so on day 1, the tenant in unit 3 has parking spot 4, and then 2 years later they switch. A new tenant comes in, and it's now tenant 12. So you go and move the power to match the unit to the EVSE. So that's how we're doing it in retrofit. And in the case of this this leased parking, you typically have a mismatch. So they're going to be assigned to different units at different times. And I think you need to deal with that in the code so that you have that flexibility. It could be that unit 2 just doesn't choose to ever lease a parking spot, for example. Okay. And then finally, I wish to disagree with Emily on the incompatibility between low power L2 and EV charge management. I'm doing that today. It's really not a problem to do. Those two are not compatible. I think that's incorrect information, and I hope to reach out to Emily and correct that information. Perfectly possible to do load management with low power L2. In addition, I will disagree with Emily that connecting directly to the tenant's meter is incompatible with EV load management. It may be incompatible with a particular manufacturer's implementation of load management, but it's entirely possible to do. I do it by running RS-45 wiring to the EVSEs, and we connect directly to the tenant's meter. They get their care discount or FARA discount or whatever, and we have the ability to do EV load management based on the overall usage of the building. So that requires that we establish a communication path between the building's main and all the EVSEs. It doesn't presently work with outlets, but it works just fine with EVSEs. So I wanted to make sure that that either manufacturer specific or incorrect information was corrected in your mind. And if Emily wants to respond, that's fine too. If not, we can take that offline if she'll send me an email address.
Thank you, Bryce. Yeah, maybe take that one offline. In the interest of time, we have about 37 minutes and we still have to cover items not on the agenda. So I see Linda and then Peter, or is it Peter and then Linda?
You're right, Linda and Peter.
Okay, Linda, you're up.
Yeah, two quick things. One, I want to really echo what Bryce said, and I completely agree that there's no need for you to continue an exemption for lifts. If they exist where they can be EV charging compatible, then you should be requiring buildings to use those. So that'd be a way to update this code to be with the current technology and a way that's within your authority. And then the second point is regarding, I completely agree with Bryce as well, that you need to think about how to help the builders when they start to build, to make it easier when they're directly wiring, to be able to switch the from one parking space to a different housing unit. And if you require them to start the EV branch line with flexible conduit into the unit meters panel, then the building manager or electrician can easily disconnect that EV branch from the unit's breaker and move it over to the new unit's panel. This is new language that I was just given today by an expert, and we did not send it in our letter from EV Charging for All Coalition, so I will send a follow-up with that. But I do think it's super important, because if the builders know that they're going to be having to directly wire all assigned parking, they can be smart and set it up ahead of time in a way that's going to make it super easy down the line to just switch around. But if they don't, and your code doesn't cue them to do that, they may miss that opportunity, causing a big headache down the line. And we really want to make it easy for them to assign parking and have that direct wiring so the residents can get that utility regulated lowest cost of charging. And echoing the point about care residents, if they don't have that direct wiring, customers on the care plan for lower cost electricity can't access it for EV charging. They're not allowed to. So this direct wiring is so critical. Whatever you can do in the code to make it easier for builders to do that and make it easier to the line for it to be switched, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Peter, you're up.
Yeah, thanks. I want to also touch on this direct wiring issue and kind of double click on a point that Bryce brought up about the unbundled parking. That's something that we're seeing increasingly common in local parking ordinances. And so I think it's really important that we're clear about that in the code, this situation where parking spaces are rented separately from housing. Because if you think about it, every time a tenant's moving in and out, that's going to require rewiring. And even in this scenario that Linda mentioned, where there's flex wiring, still bringing an electrician on site. And so that still could be cost prohibitive, especially when we're talking about affordable housing. So I really think I'd love to see an exception for sub-metering. The CPUC approved PG&E's implementation plan in June for EV sub-metering. So basically billing, agreeing that can bill separately based off sub-metering data. The EV could be on its own rate independent of the housing unit. And so I think we should, I would love to see us move that way where we really clearly allow an exception for sub-meters.
Thank you, Peter. Eric, go ahead.
Thank you, Enrique. I want to be careful and qualify my comment about the parking facilities and parking structures promoting EV charging in clustered fashions. For a building, a hardwired battery system, there are emerging and new building code requirements in the fire code limiting capacity of hardwired batteries. And the limit that the fire code currently has is that they are regulated with batteries larger than 20 kilowatt hours. So most cars, I think, exceed that. And while I understand the building code does not regulate even clustering, say, of fuel-driven cars in a parking area or a parking garage, there are requirements for ventilation in case of fire. I would suggest that any elimination of that exception include state fire marshal in the discussion and make sure that they have no comments regarding the promotion of EV charging and batteries in an area. I'm not the expert. I'm just highlighting the potential for thermal runaway in lithium-ion batteries is a real possibility, and that there are emerging codes relating to this when they are attached to buildings or affixed to the facility, which vehicles are not. However, if you're promoting the clustering of those in a single location or in an enclosed location, there could be inherent risks in that. So I know that the state fire marshal is not in this working group, but maybe a detailed or a specific request to have them join, at least to monitor this progression of code would be wise.
Thank you, Eric, for that comment. Any last comments on HCD's proposed items 1, 2, and 3 before moving on to items out of the agenda? Go ahead, Ben.
Quick, we haven't gone through all of our items. This was just one of the 3, but if time is definitely of the essence right now, we have a lot to cover.
Yeah, but I thought
could I just add one, could I ask one quick question and a comment under
real
page
quick, Sven, just let me finish my comment real quick. HD would like to focus on ALMS as the primary driver for this discussion, since it was urged by our stakeholders during a focus group meeting. So go for it, Sven and Enrique, but we'd like to spend the rest of our time talking about ALMS.
Yeah, so my quick
20 minutes.
Sorry, my question is under page 2, part C, multifamily parking facilities with assigned and unassigned parking. It says when equal to or greater than the number of dwelling units. What happens if the unassigned plus assigned parking is less than the number of dwelling units? Everywhere else, it has a caveat saying if it's less, you got to do all of the parking spaces. I assume that's the same here, and I just don't understand it. Second of all, in regard to both ALMS and direct wiring, I'm holding my ALMS in my hand right now, which is my phone, because my car, I can control, as most people can, they can control their car charging rates from their phone. And I can also delegate that to my utility or the car company or whoever I want to then control my car company. We don't need to hardwire it in. What's critical is when we direct wire from the unit to that parking space, that we ensure that the resident has access to the same utility rates, time of use rates, in particular with care, that a single family dwelling has. And with care, my understanding is, and I could be wrong, with care, you can't do sub-metering and have access to the care rates. So we don't want to damn the poorest of the poor who have access to those rates without doing the direct wiring. Second of all, when you use an EVSP in general, and God bless them as an investor and co-founder, they have to take their pound of flesh into, and that comes from the driver. So you're paying for a service to manage power, do billing, things like that. And that comes out of the cost typically to the driver. We're seeing electric rates under EVSP provided services in multifamily housing 2 to 5 times that of single family home electric rates. And so we're really trying to avoid that happening. And that's why the importance and thank you of direct wiring.
Thank you, Sven. Emily, you have the floor.
Sorry, I thought Bryce was ahead of me.
Go ahead, Bryce.
Oh, Emily, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'd prefer a minute. Sorry. I thought
Okay,
you-
great. I'll go. Since we're running out of time, I am concerned that there's a whole topic that may or may not, that should be on this agenda that might not be. And I encourage it to be on the next agenda. We're pretending that everything that needs charging is a car. And the Cal Green Code section 5.106.4 covers bike rooms. It does not cover charging within those bike rooms.
Bryce, that's a non-residential section.
That's 5.106.4.2 is non-residential?
Anything with a 5 is commercial.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'll make it more directly. Where can we address the issue of charging of bikes and the storage of bikes in a room that has similar fire protection capabilities to that afforded to vehicle storage, meaning fireproof doors and detectors? Where does electric bike charging fit into this whole commercial and residential mess?
I'll briefly respond. Typically, the way HCD would respond to developing building standards for something like new and emerging, like electric bike parking and facilities, we would require legislative direction to do so. Just like we're doing here, this proposal for electric vehicle charging is predicated on statutory direction for HCD to propose electric vehicle charging provisions, both for mandatory provisions and those that apply to retrofits to existing buildings. So in the event that you're seeking HCD to conduct some work on developing building standards for electrifying charging facilities for bicycles, electric bicycles, that would require some legislative authority and direction for HCD.
Okay, great. And what legislative authority? That has to be a full Senate and House passed bill, or? Okay.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah, in my particular area, it's no problem because everybody here actually wants to supply EV charging for the bicycle. So I don't have this problem locally, but everywhere else in the state, they're not there yet. And really all it takes is an outlet in the bike room. That's pretty much what it comes down to. So thank you.
Thank you, Bryce. Emily.
Thank you. And thanks for the moment. Yeah, I do want to express agreement with what Sven said regarding the fact that it's unfortunate that when MUD residents are receiving charging through a commercial provider like us, that they're not able to take advantage of residential electric rates, which which may actually be advantageous for EV owners in some cases. And this is really a CPUC issue. And I would suggest that that is the right venue in which to address concerns about the inadequacy of electricity rates, and whether there are opportunities within that venue to correct this issue by finding ways to make it possible for buildings that are leveraging these kinds of systems to still provide those advantageous rates to their residents. I think it's a technical conversation and a regulatory one that needs to happen elsewhere, not here today, but I just want to say that using physical standards for a building to kind of bake in one method because of an inadequacy of regulatory policies like rates is maybe not the best mechanism, and that we should have that conversation over at the CPUC.
Thank you. Is Mal first and then Jonathan?
Jonathan first.
Okay, Jonathan, you're up.
Thank you. I wanted to comment on, looks like in HCD's proposal, the revisions they had to ALMS, where from what I understand reading this, ALMS is allowed no longer just for what's beyond the required, but it is allowed for the required. And please correct me if I'm wrong there. If that is the case where you're now allowed to use ALMS and size the required spaces at 3.3 kW, then thank you for moving this direction. We really support that.
You're correct, Jonathan. We are proposing an option for ALMS without the restriction of those parking spaces beyond.
Thank you. And I'm sorry this is very much out of order, but I know there's a hard stop at 4. I want to ask the question on next steps. Are there opportunities to provide comments? Because there's a lot more I would like to discuss, or requested changes we had put in comment in the last code cycle that we were asking to include here. Also made comments at the workshop several weeks ago. And anyway, will there be opportunities for comments and including other code changes that are not being proposed today?
Jonathan, I can speak on BSC's behalf. Please submit you can submit comments at any time. Preferably the sooner the better, so we can look at them and potentially craft, if we are going to make amendments, craft them before the next workshop. So we have that opportunity to review them in-house and potentially with other state agencies for coordination. The sooner the better. So when we have the next workshop, by then we will have determined what it is that we're going to be pursuing further. So on BSC's behalf, the sooner the better. And I'm assuming for HCD, they also have a hard stop of submitting their proposals up their management. And so their proposals, I believe, is end of the month. If you want to speak more on that, Mitchell, you can certainly do that.
Yeah, that would be the preference by the end of the month. And Jonathan, I know you were provided some suggestions, and I think one of those may have been the future proofing, which we've added into the voluntary provisions. Correct me if I'm wrong. But any of those suggestions can be sent to HCD's email inbox, title, TITLE 2424@hcd.ca.gov. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And for HCD, should those be sent, Enrique, directly to you, or is there
no, HCD, just like Mitchell said, for HCD, it's the HCD website that they've mentioned multiple times. For us, you can send them to the BSC general inquiry box and just put my name on it, and I'll receive it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Al, go ahead.
Thanks. And I know we're running short on time. And so I am planning on submitting written comments on this. But I just wanted to make sure that potential revisions to the code, or considering the fact that some kind of new and exciting policy developments at the PUC may not necessarily be at an implementation stage. And so I think someone had mentioned the possibility for submetering and that decision by the CPUC to kind of enable some of the functionalities that advocates here are looking forward to. I just wanted to point out the fact that ChargePoint